good, brother.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of she was more of the prissy girl that like going
that is
and
the best shit fucking
shopping
ever.
for the dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say woman. Say woman. Say woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good morning, people. I hope everybody's doing well today. Oh my goodness. First thing, really? First thing? Oh my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Diane, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Oh my goodness. Good morning, everybody. Look at all the love here, people. And let me tell you, I love money. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan. I do enjoy the fact that you guys like to support me in any way you choose. But today, especially today, I would really appreciate it if you guys donated to Karen Reed's Defense Fund. The link is pinned to the chat. I mean, if anybody deserves to make this go as easy for them as they possibly can, I'd say at this point it's fair to say Karen Reed. So if you guys could find it in your hearts to help out with that, that would be fantastic. I mean, this is mind-blowing what's going on here. I mean, what is it going to take, people? What is it going to take for common sense to click in and show you that this woman is absolutely being railroaded by not only the Massachusetts State Police, but also the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office run by Meatball Michael Morrissey? This woman is taking on her local government. Her local government is trying to railroad her. The magnitude of this is, I don't even know how to describe it. So if you guys could find it in your hearts to help her out, this channel specifically would really appreciate it. I hear some chatter, so let's pull up the courtroom and see where we're at. I think it's just Karen Reed's biggest fan there. There we go. Tina Lawless, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh, there she is. There she is. Hold on. This is.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we.
Yeah, there it is. Auntie Bev's alongside. Good morning, babe. Miss you, my southern biscuit. Because me and Mrs. Canone, we got a thing going on. Oh my goodness, super sticker after super sticker. Thank you, Diane. Appreciate you. Mrs. Canone. Oh yeah. Yeah, me and if you guys follow me on Twitter, old Mrs. Canone's long sigh. She's a little thirsty for the glare. It's a little uncomfortable, if I'm being honest. But I've handled worse. Do your worst. Do your worst. Auntie Bev's long sigh. So before they start, if I have time, I'll just give you a quick rundown. Michael Proctor, who's the lead investigator in the investigation into Boston police officer John O'Keefe's death, decided early on, just magically, decided that Karen Reed was his main suspect without any probable cause, without anything. Decided that Karen Reed was his main suspect, and then decided to be as abusive towards somebody that you could possibly be behind her back towards his friends in high school, as well as his friends on the force, who are also his superiors in the Massachusetts State Police. Now, I'm interested to find out what actions the Massachusetts State Police are going to take after this. I'm really interested to know. Because this is a bad look, not just for Michael Proctor, but the Massachusetts State Police. Why? Because his superiors were involved in that text thread. None of them reprimanded him verbally or in writing, in text. None of them reprimanded him. None of them corrected him. None of them said, hey, chill out with that. None of them did anything like that. What they did do, though, was like his comments. They really enjoyed the cheap jabs at her life-threatening diseases. They really enjoyed the cheap jabs at her just simply being a woman. They really enjoyed objectifying her. They really enjoyed calling her names. And one thing that we haven't heard yet, which is very interesting, there is also a text message that was brought up during a preliminary hearing where Proctor in these text threads supposedly at some point said that life would be just so much easier if Karen Reed were to off herself. Yes, that's a fact. That happened. It just hasn't been brought up yet. But in the words of David Yannetti, wait for us. Just wait, because that's going to come up today. I guarantee it. That's going to be the big one that the jury hasn't heard yet. When the jury hears that, people, if this wasn't already over, which it's over, but if this wasn't already over, that's going to make sure that's going to be the thing that makes sure that this is completely over. No, Peggy, I don't think that they were planning to kill Karen necessarily, but it is absolutely and totally unprofessional, to say the least, for a lead investigator to tell his colleagues or his friends that she should kill herself to make things easier. But why? Why? I mean, if it's such an open and shut case, you're so sure that she did this, why would it be easier? Why would it be easier? It would be easier because you are going to be in a position to have to prove that she did something that she didn't do. That would be the only reason that you would find her having to make your problems go away by just offing herself. Case closed. No more need for a frame up. Because I don't know, I'd be really, really, if I were a police officer, I would be really, really driven to get justice for a fellow police officer. That would be my mindset. I would be driven to get justice in the ways that I have been entrusted by the taxpayers of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to do. I would say, okay, well, let's lock this person up. But instead of actually finding facts and finding the person who's actually responsible without actually doing any real investigating, because, I mean, why would they not look at 34 Fairview? Why did he take so long to interview the people who were at 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022? Why wouldn't he do that? Makes no sense. It makes sense if you're, trying to frame somebody, trying to railroad somebody. Because the first thing, and Jackson actually discussed this. Jackson actually was making this point when he was beginning his cross-examination. He was making a very, very valid point, which is, when you're investigating a crime, everyone is a suspect. And so what you do, if you've ever followed a true crime case, what you do is you eliminate suspects. You investigate and eliminate. Anyone who would have the most likely motive, you investigate them and eliminate them. And you start with her. That's fine. She's the girlfriend. That makes sense. That's fine. Nobody here is disputing that. But what happens when you don't find what you're looking for from her? What you don't do is plant evidence. What you don't do is make it her. What should have happened is she should have been eliminated, and then the people inside 34 Fairview should have been investigated individually, one by one. And that didn't happen. And I don't think that there's any honest police officer that has ever listened to me that would disagree with me on that. I don't think there is. Yeah, this is just crazy. But see, the thing is we have to, I try to live my life where I find the blessings in everything. And the blessing in this that I'm seeing right now is that this can't be the only this can't be the only questionable case. This is going to shine light on the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and even higher if need be. But at the very least, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, this is going to shine a light on them, and this is going to put heat on them. And this is going to ensure that the people of Norfolk County get the best possible, get the most honest, and get the best possible efforts from their elected and appointed officials locally to get justice for any victim that they share their community with. So that's the blessing, in my opinion. This is one step closer to the people of Norfolk County feeling safe. And they don't feel safe right now. I know this for a fact. Miss Pimentel, thank you so much. Exactly. They don't raid, investigate 34 Fairview, but yet raised Turtle Boy's crib, all for comments he made on YouTube. They raided Turtle Boy's crib, all for comments. Right. Yeah, they did. They did. That's very telling in and of itself. And again, people, like, if you, I realize that there's a lot of people who are now following this case and they don't really care for Turtle Boy too much. But one thing that you have to keep in mind is the fact is, whether you like him or not, a lot of the facts, these things about Michael Proctor, not the things about the text messages, but the investigations into him and his character and reasons to look into Michael Proctor have been exposed by Turtle Boy initially. The inconsistencies in his and the inconsistencies in Michael Proctor's investigations were absolutely initially exposed by Turtle Boy and his independent investigations. And that's just a fact. On top of that, you cannot properly tell the Karen Reed story without the aspect of the Turtle Boy story. The reason that is because he was the main person who was the loudest about it, still is, and the Norfolk County DA's office did whatever they could to try to shut him up. And why? Why would they feel the need to shut him up is the question we should all be asking. Brass, Will, did you see the Boston Herald headline today? I did. I wish I had time. Hold on, because we're waiting for court to start and they're already late. So I don't want to but maybe. And yeah, sometimes Boston Mike sends me some zingers, man, which are pretty great. But hold on. So this is the cover of the Boston Herald right here. And thank you, Brass. I appreciate you. This is the cover of the Boston Herald here. We want you to degrade women, calling out the Massachusetts State Police. Misogyny fits right in at the state police. Read Howie. So Howie Carr got front page. I love it. Howie Carr got front page. You gotta love that right there. No, I could still hear court. It's muted still. So yeah, he's done. But more people I think everybody in that text thread who is one of his superiors should absolutely be fired. at the very least. And his superior should be investigated. Buchanan's superior should be investigated. If Buchanan is Proctor's superior, then Buchanan's superior should be investigated. And Buchanan should absolutely be fired. And then, hold on. Yeah, we're still on the fan here. All right. Come on, Boston 10. Don't make me switch. Dude, it's not me, people. Oh yeah, I guess it was. But it's still muted. Okay, so they're on sidebar. So yeah. I don't know what they're on sidebar about. Hopefully Bev is in a better mood today. So those are Karen Reed's parents. Very, very, very kind, nice people, incredibly pleasant. But they're also not here to play games. Their daughter is being wrongfully accused of murdering a Boston police officer. And she's being railroaded by the entire state, by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And this is not okay. And this is John O'Keefe's family, his mother to the left. So yeah, a jury member dropped out. Oh shit.
Unmuted.
I don't remember a juror dropping out from when I was there.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of
I think we're fine.
iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Your Honor, may I stand at counsel table to
Sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stand number. Next packet would be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark ZZ. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 and 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620. Then packet 2628 and 2634, and finally a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Is Proctor even on the stand yet? I mean, I feel like there's a different vibe in the courtroom today. You know, like it just seems like there's a more like this isn't the part where the defense starts to relax. This is the part where the defense goes, okay, let's fucking go. That's the not fucking around crew right there. One thing that we're not really thinking about, folks, is those text messages, as disgusting as they were to find for her to find out
Thank you.
early on, before yesterday, long ago, as troubling as it was. Now she knows the world heard about it. The world knows.
Tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this chat, this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe
The owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
He's not going to get any shit because he's a Boston cop.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh, goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer.
Look at you, Nettie,
no.
dude.
Next text. He's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit, correct, Trooper
Yep.
Proctor?
Get him.
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this
How?
16 hours into your investigation.
Right.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay?
What in the
There
fuck
needs
is
to be
going on
more
right
of that.
now? Jesus
Yes, ma'am.
Christ.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Wow.
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
Boom.
It's not what I meant by that.
At
What did you
10:57,
mean?
Bird goes on to write,
What else could
He,
you
the
possibly have
homeowner,
meant?
must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes,
A puddle means drunk, correct?
that's a term for it. Yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection. Wow.
Do you know what that
dude.
means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor.
That's
term,
all.
that
That's
term.
all you
All
know.
right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that.
What
Correct?
could you possibly have fucking meant by that, dude?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that. Yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Jesus, dude.
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence
Dude, Jackson.
my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight piece is underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Get him.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or
medical.
no? That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death. Correct?
Correct.
So when you
Wow.
just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks
Yeah,
a lot like
exactly.
a physical altercation, doesn't it?
A lot more than a fucking
Sustained.
vehicular fucking. A lot more than being struck
Bird
by a
rights.
vehicle.
Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever.
Dude. Jackson is amazing, bro.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
a person out of the shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever in your experience seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Wow,
You can ask
dude.
it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Bev.
Isn't that what you meant?
No. I
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Wow.
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the
Wow.
intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
What?
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I
Fascinating.
don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
Yo,
But you had no
Bev.
problem sharing John
Bev.
O'Keefe's name. with
What's
your buddies from high
happening with
school,
you
right?
today?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
Nah, cat. Deal with this guy. Thank you, Amy.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
Oops.
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back. I'm sorry. Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
Nah, cat.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?"
Wow,
Yes.
dude.
And Bird writes, something stinks.
Ooh.
Correct.
Even
Correct.
his fucking homies.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Wow,
That's right.
dude.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
Wow.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to
She's
make
got a
it
name, you
cut and
piece of
dry,
shit.
pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence
Yeah, Karen. Smile at him.
Day on the 29th,
Smile at him.
everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry, since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Let's keep reading, shall we?
We'll see.
5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears and he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
Jesus, man.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
Jesus, dude.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you
Wow.
didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
Jesus, dude.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
What a fucking tool.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in.
But you're a grown up and
the
you
little
did
comedy. Not newsworthy then. Correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it different.
17 hours
she's
into
like,
this investigation.
I'm not
Trooper
censoring you.
Proctor,
You just got to ask it
you
a
made the
different way.
decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, who went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure, because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Wow.
Yes, that's what he
dude.
wrote.
Jesus.
And what did
Christ.
you, how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you,
Wow. Get him, Jackson.
Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was fun?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. I'm not sure if that came from me, sir.
Dude, Jackson's got this
Let's
dude
skip
on a
to
fucking leash.
2543.
Proctor is Jackson's
You there,
gimp.
Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write, E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor,
Oh my
explain
God,
to the jurors
dude.
what a balloon knot is.
Oh man.
You're essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Jesus.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Jesus, man.
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, look
And then
her
you
in the
followed that
eye,
up just to make
piece of
sure you
shit.
cleared up any mistake about what
Look her in the
you meant
eye.
with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Like she's being
Were you aware at the
humiliated
time that
right
you
now,
wrote
but
this, that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior. 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I love what Jackson's doing
But
right
you
now.
decided
He's
you're
shaming
going to take
him,
another shot at her
dragging him.
and talk about her anatomy. 1 second, sir.
See, as humiliating as this is for Karen, she gets to look him in the eye. And this is satisfying, I would imagine, to some degree. As humiliating as it is, it's still satisfying.
And talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
Just the text. We haven't even gotten into the investigation yet.
On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing," writing a warrant. Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
Jesus, man.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see it. Sidebar, take that down, please.
Huh. Now, yeah, the whole time Lally was reading these texts, I'm like, he's cherry picking them. Like, these things are getting admitted into evidence, and the defense is going to get a hold of this stuff. Like, we don't even know. This isn't even as bad as it's going to get. But now that the defense is like, no, you missed these particular text threads. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it because Jackson's not only doing his job and showing the jury that this man had motive to frame her and to some degree bragged about it. Sorry, I'll continue later.
Take that down.
But he's also shaming him. It's great.
Of what was
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
Yeah, see, he's not only showing the jury that he had motive to frame her. He hasn't even gotten to the proof that he framed her. But we're going to see that. Guaranteed. We're going to see that. I mean, we saw those pieces of taillight that this dude pulled out of boxes and bags. Ridiculous. But not only is he showing the jury that he had motive to frame Karen Reed, but he's also shaming him. He's dragging him through the mud, and it is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Like right now, like in Pulp Fiction, he is his gimp. Proctor is the gimp. Sitting there in shame, no confidence, wishing he could hide his face in a shameful leather mask as he gets pulled around the courtroom by a leash by Jackson. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Unmuted.
Trooper Proctor, without getting into the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
I mean, dude,
Was there
yeah,
a
for real.
continued
You've got
discussion
Bev right
that
now. Like,
finished
don't fuck it
on
up.
this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
You know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
He was quick to answer that.
It's the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
You expect the jury to believe that right now? Seriously?
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
Nice.
For those text.
Objection.
Ooh. Ooh,
Have you
Jackson.
ever apologized to Miss Reed?
I think you just made it move.
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
I mean,
Do you
dude.
remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Wow.
Would it refresh your
Wow,
recollection if you
dude.
took a look at those grand jury
The
minutes?
jury hates this guy.
Yes.
No matter what he says now is fucked.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
Dude, the jury despises this guy right now. I guarantee it. I guarantee
Tell me,
it.
just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
The best thing he could have done, which he would never do, is look Karen in the eye and apologize to her. It probably wouldn't go far, but it would go at least, further than where he is right now. Like she's sitting in the same room.
Now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. I mean, this is, you know, what's really interesting is this is the look that she's maintained this entire time throughout everything. This is the look that she's maintained. And now here we are, and the jury is now seeing this look as absolutely justified. 100%. Anybody who said anything negative about how Karen looked throughout this trial and how the jury would perceive it, it is absolutely canceled now, because now think of how the jury is looking at her with this look that she has on her face now. Pure strength, pure drive, and pursuit of the truth. That is what the jury sees right now.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony, that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is
And
that
now,
right?
and now the
Asked if
circle
there
is
was any
complete.
relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relationships.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just
Oh
ask
my
it
God.
this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family,
Bang, bang.
that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Dude. Yo, this is going to take all day. This is going to take all day. There's so much about this investigation. This defense has been foaming at the mouth for Proctor to be on that stand so that they could get him in cross. When Eliza Little was addressing Judge Cannoni in a preliminary hearing, they were talking about Proctor being called to the stand and what they were going to be able to ask him. And Eliza Little argued when Bev goes, well, what if the prosecution doesn't call him? Eliza Little's answer was, we'll call him. We will. And I think she actually emphasized, she said, oh, we will. So they have been, like I said, drooling over this man being in this position right now. Karen and her team have just been waiting for this. There is so much, everything about this investigation, and I've been saying it ever since I started following this case. Everything about this investigation was conducted wrong. I can't find anything that was done correctly. I'm not a cop, but I followed enough cases to where I'm just like, every report I read, I look at a date. I look at misspelling of names in statements. I see inconsistencies in statements. Everything about this is wrong. How any of the evidence that they're planning to use to convict Karen Reed with was mishandled. Every single piece of it was mishandled. I mean, let's just say that those pieces of the tail light weren't, they can't prove that they were planted, right? Let's just say that, which I believe they can. But let's just say that it can't be proven. Just the chain of custody alone with the tail light is enough to dismiss it. They're saying that they found microscopic pieces of Karen's tail light in John's clothing. Look at what happened with John's clothing. Look at they tested for DNA off of the clothing, but all they tested was a swab. So the people who tested for the DNA don't even know what they tested from. All they did was technically test a Q-tip. But the actual items that were supposed to be tested were not sent to the DNA lab. So there's so much. Everything with this investigation is wrong. I mean, those are just drops in the bucket, as I like to say. Everything about this investigation was conducted poorly. Right now, Proctor, or sorry, Alan Jackson is proving to the jury that everything that he's going to go over that could be mistaken as negligence, by doing what he did, by starting with those text messages, he was doing two things. A, he was making the jury hate him. So no matter what he says when it comes to the investigation, they're going to be side-eyeing Proctor at the very least. So make the jury hate him. That's done. So now he's getting into the details of the investigation. But the details of the investigation, what he also did by making the jury hate him, he also proved that there's motive to frame her, to plant evidence and frame her. So now when they get into the questions of the investigation, which is what Jackson's doing, it's the jury's going to look at everything as shady as fuck. Everything. They can't look at these as negligence, as just mistakes, a bad investigation. Now there's motive to show that the reason why all of these mistakes took place, and the reason why it's not a coincidence that so many mistakes took place, is because they weren't mistakes. It's because they were deliberately trying to frame this woman. And this is now what Jackson and Yanetti's tactic, what their strategy was with the jury. We're just now getting into the evidence. And it's beautiful because the jury now fucking hates that guy sitting on the stand right now. He still hasn't had the decency to just, and when he says, he has the opportunity, the window, when he says it was unprofessional and blah, 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 and he looks at the jury. No, the jury, if I'm on the jury, I'm going, don't look at me, motherfucker, look at her and apologize. That's how I would be thinking if I was on the jury. Don't look at me, motherfucker. Look at her. Tell her you're sorry. Start with that. And he doesn't do this. So, I mean, because any apology that he tries to throw out there now, after the fact, once he walks off that stand, that window's closed. Nobody's going to take it seriously at all. He would have a hard time anybody taking it seriously now, but this is his best shot. But no, I agree. That's how you know. I mean, he doesn't give a fuck about how she feels. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been objectifying her in those text messages the way that he was. Yeah, Jackson and Yannetti are just amazing, bro. Like, this is the most exciting cross-examination I have ever seen. Like, hands down, this is, like, if you've seen a more exciting cross, I mean, type it in the chat. Tell me the case. I mean, this is going to be a lot of sidebar and objections. I wonder how Lally feels right now. I wonder how Lally feels right now. Yeah, and during lunch, we're gonna get into some of this shit. I mean, Elizabeth Proctor puts out this public thing playing the victim. We're gonna talk a little bit about that. We're gonna talk a little bit about my thoughts on the Massachusetts State Police and what they should be, what their next move should be, in my opinion. I mean, it's just, it's not that I care about Lally. It's that I'm curious as to what's driving him at this point. I mean, what is driving him at this point? What's his, where's, I can't make sense of how he can get up in the morning and go do that. I just can't like visualize it. This is the craziest think about this. It was Lally that presented those text messages into evidence. That's not the defense's evidence. That's Lally's evidence. He presented it. He presented it in direct.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was.
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
Oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B, as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Ooh, what's up with that
Who is
hesitation?
CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Sometime.
Yeah, right? Like, how's your balloon not right now, homie?
Can we move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C, isn't Charlie? Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them, correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
I mean,
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
oops.
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road
The 10th
on the
of
night in
February.
question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have. Yes.
Yeah, this dude he's got motive to protect Colin Albert. I mean, he's like and he's doing the same shit that every other witness, every other McAlbert that took the stand did. They all tried to protect Colin. He's doing the same
You
thing
wrote a
right now.
report on October 12th,
It's
2022.
being shown to the
correct?
jury.
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report.
Dude, like, so before Jackson would have to be like, may I approach, Your Honor? She's like beating him to it. Why don't you show it to him? Right now, they got Bev.
Do you recall
Not just the
Super
jury,
Proctor,
but Bev.
ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January
Thank you,
29th?
Mom of
Do you
Three.
recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because
Bev
you
hates
received
Proctor,
a
for
phone
sure.
call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please.
See, Bev wants those blue votes, y'all. Like, she can't have this misogynist up there fucking running the
It
show.
may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay. fair
This
enough.
is her last chance to save face.
You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
Oh,
please.
thank you, Jody. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor.
Congrats,
Click
guys,
on that and let me know if
who
that
got
refreshes your
memberships.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time.
Holy cow. Jesus, Peggy gifted
Turn to page
50 memberships.
77.
Thank you so much. Wow.
Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister
Thank
Courtney
you, Bachelor.
texted you. How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, it was fine, just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, I got to give props to Peggy for gifted 50 memberships. Thank you so much. Amazing. Yeah, so right now, Jackson is establishing the fact that there is a conflict of interest here, and that there's motive to protect Colin Albert. And right now, the jury is just they're engaged. I guarantee it. I guarantee this jury is just like completely and totally engaged, and is. I mean, Karen is being acquitted at this point, for sure. Somebody just said in chat here.
You are unmuted.
Hold on, I'll continue later.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Ha.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. You don't need to show this at this point. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct.
Thank you, Bridget.
I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote, the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve
That you planted.
the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Existing.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood.
Thank you, Bill.
I would never mess with that as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th.
I mean, that's how I took
you
that
told your
too.
sister,
I'm going to be
quote,
honest.
Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're gonna
that part.
Interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
You knew
She
there
did
was a
write,
conflict
I
of
bet
interest.
I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I
Welcome,
meant,
Boston
or
Chris.
you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
Thank you,
That's-
Danielle.
The way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Yeah, come on. Come on.
Again, that's how I read that message.
There you go.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
Newsworthy
would you have
stuff.
gone to the news? at this
What?
point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said,
Great.
Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that.
So it's not newsworthy.
Exactly.
These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Right.
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No,
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day.
Come on.
The only information
Yeah.
that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Bullshit.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
the information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
You're lying.
Then before you ever interviewed
piece
Julie,
of
your
shit.
sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your
Oops.
participation on this case, correct?
Here comes the gift.
Yes,
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
I mean, he's a fucking weasel.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case variously?
The phone records of
anybody, witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
individual people, whatever.
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim
and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
Welcome, Aaron Parker. Thank you.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find that witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement, or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
Corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If if there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Handwritten notes. So do we actually have handwritten notes finally? Because supposedly there were none.
Take a look at that. And first, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
This should be interesting because I wonder if he's going to show that the handwritten notes are different than what her statement says. Oh yeah, no, we're going to be here for a while. Like I trust that Jackson and Yannetti are going to, I mean, they've prepared for this cross forever. Thank you so much, Muggs. I grew up in Canton. Some of my friends would rather see Karen go to jail than one of them own be held responsible. It's sickening. This has torn a lot of friends groups apart. If you're not with them, you're against them. Man, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got that vibe. I was in Canton for just a couple of hours, man. I got that vibe. It was crazy. Then this guy, bro, like, how long does this take, dude?
Today, Junior?
There we go.
Yes.
Does this appear to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation
Thank you, Bobby.
with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true
Walk
that
him
in
through
that
it.
report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
Woo!
Was there one name left out?
The,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
What, dude?
At the time that you
That's your
wrote your
justification
report,
for that?
the formal report, this one,
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along
Albert
with Trooper
told you
Zach
the
Clark.
truth.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
Oops.
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of her tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look
What
at
do you
Jennifer
think it's for?
McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8? Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Sallyport report?
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess, and I'll see Councilman Saka. 15, 20 minutes. Julie.
Unreal, bro. Okay, so I guess they're gonna take their morning break. This is just incredible. Like, how about Alan Jackson? Yeah.
This guy is unfucking believable.
So I wonder what the sidebar is about, but like it's really Judge Bev is. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and assess that Judge Bev. It boils down to a simple. She's emotional. That's her main flaw. She's emotional. She's pissed off that this dude said the things that he said, and she's just letting Jackson drill him. Like, she's never favored Jackson or Yannetti or Little in any of this, and she's letting everything slide. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
It's okay, Mr. Proctor. You'll have a job as a stuntman in Plevin's next groundbreaking video. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Yeah, shake it up, church. Shake it. Jace Esquire, as a member of the justice system and resident of this state, I am appalled. Will, buddy, keep doing what your thing. I've enjoyed watching you. Thank you so much, man. I love when smart people dig this channel. I gotta tell you, I love when like lawyers validate my shit. I'm not an educated guy, but I try to use my common sense. And it's nice when smart people are like, yeah, and I'm like, yeah. So thank you so much, Jace Esquire. Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? It doesn't even fucking take a lawyer to see that this is the biggest sham ever. You know, like it's it doesn't take a lawyer. This is ridiculous. The craziest shit in the world. That, you know, what's really funny is maybe Lally's waiting until closing arguments. I don't know. I don't even know if he can do that. But we haven't heard the voicemails of Karen saying, I hate you. So why haven't those? I mean, if that's supposed to, establish some sort of motive, why hasn't the prosecution presented that yet? Thank you, Captain Skidmark, so much. One of the most entertaining streams in YouTube land. Thanks for covering this, man. That means so much when you guys say things like that, man. That means a lot. Because man, I'm telling you, I'm entertained. So this is how I entertain myself. Like if I'm in private watching this shit, I'm doing the same thing. I'm yelling at the screen. You know what I mean? So hanging out with you guys makes it way better. So I appreciate you guys, man. It means a lot. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, yo, and sub up to Microdots, y'all. Microdots is amazing. Thank you, Microdots. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a.
Ashley Germain, thank you so much. I think Brian Walsh was doing the happy dance in jail thanks to Proctor. Was so nice to meet you. Hope you're here for the verdict. I would like to be. That would be very nice. So I'm definitely I would like for that to be a thing. For those of you who don't know, I was in the Boston area for a couple of days of trial. And I got to meet many of you, which was awesome. So I was really, really excited. I got to meet Liz. Liz says, I picked carefully which stream to be part of. It is daily comfort to join you all. Will and Clever, of course, man, that means so much. And so, yeah, that was a hell of an experience. And I'm really grateful to have gotten to experience that. And to have met the Reed family and gotten to interact with them and spend the day with them 2 days, a day and a half, but it was very, very pleasant. And they were very hospitable and very kind. And just, you don't get, let me put it to you like this. Like, you don't get killer vibes from Karen Reed. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't get she's an absolutely pleasant person. And the seeing her, you know, going through what she's going through and being so strong, man, it's just it's really inspiring. It's really, really inspiring to see like, because when you meet her, she's just, you know, she's just really, really sweet, funny, cool, you know. And in that courtroom, man, she's all business, you know, all business. Everybody, like that whole family is just amazing. And just everybody who was there. Yeah, Canton was wild, man. You know, that's the thing is I realized, and there are people who continue to talk about you know, the free Karen Reed folks. And the thing is you're trash talking these people, and knowing what we know now, and knowing what Karen was dealing with throughout them investigating her, failing to investigate anyone else. I mean, considering these things, one thing you have to understand is many of us were aware of these things happening before this trial started. And these are really, really good people who have believed in this. They've shown up to every pretrial hearing. They've shown up. Thank you so much, Maris. Thank you for everything. As always, love being here during trial. Feels like family. Yeah, it really does. Thank you so much, Maris. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, I really wanted to meet this guy. This is the guy that that wrote and recorded and made that video of the Free Karen Reed song that I like to play. That I'll play in the trailer, I'll play in the opening, I'll play when I end this. So if you guys are wondering who does that, that's this guy right here. And yeah, I didn't get to meet him, but I wanted to. Cindy RN, thank you so much. As a detective's wife that handles evidence and investigations, I'm sickened by this sham and unethical conduct of this whole department. Free Karen Reed and justice for John. Agreed. Agreed. I this is the whole thing, man. I'm seeing people online talk about these folks, these locals, you know, and gaslight them in on their public platforms on Twitter, and say things like they're crazy and twist things that they're saying and twist things that they're doing, you know, trashing somebody for getting an FKR, but they spelled it the EFF. They got it professionally done. And it turns out that it's a friend of Karen Reed who knows her, believes in her, and decided to support and get a tattoo to commemorate. And a lot of people do that. There are, you know, as somebody who worked in the tattoo industry for years and years and years, I was not an artist. I was a body piercer, but I worked in this industry, and I could tell you on a daily basis, seeing people getting tattooed on a daily basis, this is something that there are, the best way to put it is there's an infinite amount of reasons why people get tattoos. And I mean, would I get a free Karen Reed tattoo? No, because that's my choice, you know. And this person who got one found it was very, this obviously is very personal to them. Like, you don't know what reasons people have to get a tattoo. Somebody might get a tattoo. A free Karen Reed tattoo could just be one of these people who go out there every day and support Karen Reed, and maybe that's to commemorate the fact that they stood out there every day and got, you know, together with and made friends that now they consider each other family. And I'm telling you, that's exactly how these people look at each other. I was there. I saw them. I met them. These people all think of all the free care and read support as family. And when they're in person together, everybody's very respectful. They all have fun. And so what if one of those people and in this movement and standing up for something that they believe in is something that they want to commemorate for the rest of their lives? How is that something to make fun of? How is that something to gaslight and make someone feel like they're crazy for that? And the person who's posting these things and saying these things I'm just very surprised to see that happen. I'm just very surprised to see that. And I've got people telling me, "Oh, you're surprised now," and I'm just like, "No, man." And so, having met these people, I take that stuff personally, because I met them. I'm like, you don't get to do that. I'm not sitting here wondering what these people are like. I know what they're like. I met them. They're kind, respectful, wonderful, happy people. They feel good about themselves. People who trash them and say, why are they in such a good mood? Because, this is a murder case. Have they forgotten that this is a murder case? No, they haven't. They know that their feeling of community is the strongest force that's driving them towards making a statement and being in support of somebody who deserves the support that she's getting. Supporting the person who is sitting on trial right now, and while she's on trial, ironically, counting on the system that's trying to railroad her, believing each member of the Karen Read family still believes in this system. At least that's the impression I got. Still believes it. I mean, Karen's showing it. She is showing that she is not afraid to fight the very system that she still believes in, because she's using that very system to prove her innocence. And I think that's incredibly brave. And I think that that's incredibly inspiring. And I think that merits, to say the least, the people that are out there supporting her and have been out there supporting her, because many of us have been privy to a lot of this evidence for a long time. Many of those people out there have been privy to this evidence for a long time. Yeah, Clubber's back here scratching and shaking and stuff. You go, boy. So, I mean, this is to sit here and criticize these people when you haven't done any fucking research on this case at all whatsoever. Admittedly, you admit that you haven't done any research on this case. And then you have the audacity to criticize how these people feel based on the things that they've uncovered through their own independent research. I mean, maybe you'd have an argument if you did your own independent research, but you didn't. Admittedly, you didn't. And then you're going to criticize these people for expressing their feelings about it the way that they do. No, sorry. I mean, this is all coming to light here. Everything that people have known about, a jury's watching it happen. This is the moment that Karen Read has been waiting for. Because again, they could probably move for a dismissal right now. The defense could probably just move for a dismissal right now. I hope they don't. I hope that people continue to donate money to Karen Read's defense, which is pinned to the top of the chat, by the way. I hope that people continue to contribute, because these attorneys seem to be fighting for John O'Keefe to get justice for him. All of this stuff is going on record, people. All of this stuff is going on record. This is all going to be used in the current an open federal investigation into Michael Morrissey, the district attorney in Norfolk County, into his office. All of this is going to go on record. So I hope that the defense continues on to make their case and show the evidence that dictates that Karen Reed is innocent and that there was no effort whatsoever by the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to actually find the people responsible for John O'Keefe's death. Boston police officer John O'Keefe's death. They absolutely failed to do this. They seem to actively, deliberately avoid doing this. And if they're sworn to get justice, especially for a Boston police officer, then what they are is corrupt. If they are sworn to get a victim justice and they deliberately try to avoid, their deliberate efforts result in avoidance of getting this Boston police officer justice, then this makes them corrupt. And they should be held accountable. Right. This is, Jackson and Yannetti are blowing this open. They are blowing this wide open. The Herald got, homeboy, Howie Carr, he got front page on that. I still haven't read that article. I'll probably read it during lunch. But yeah, he got front page. I love it. Because people are going to try to say that Proctor being, because I don't want to just focus, as disgusting as it is, I don't want to just focus on the the disgusting texts that Michael Proctor was exchanging with his superiors in the Massachusetts State Police. I don't want to really focus just on that, as disgusting as it is, but that's taking away from the grand picture, the bigger picture here. And the bigger picture here is that's just motive. That's just motive for him to, or a part of the motive for him to railroad Karen Reed. He's showing an absolute, not even, he's not even pulling his punches when showing his disdain for her. And now the defense is also building up to the fact that another motive to railroad Karen Reed is to protect Colin Albert, which he's clearly doing. Jackson is clearly showing this jury that there is motive to protect Colin Albert, and that he seemed to absolutely protect Colin Albert by leaving his name out of testimony and out of reports. And his answer to this was, well, Colin Albert, it didn't turn out that Colin Albert was in the house until later on. What do you mean, dude? What do you mean? That's the lamest excuse I've ever heard. I don't want to hear that shit. We're talking about a dead cop. You're a cop. So all right, give me 1 second here. All right, so I hear some chatter going on there in the courtroom. So I feel like they're getting situated to probably get started again. And let me see if I have time. So Carrie, thank you so much for the Cash App. Carrie says, for he doesn't believe he owes her one. He is a sociopath. Yeah, I agree. Speaking of Proctor, and an apology to Karen. So thank you for that Cash App. And I got a couple of Venmos here that I'll read off. I got one yesterday from Patty. Thank you so much. You could talk about something that seems to make you uncomfortable, like the anti-buff Twitter account that called. Oh, I already did that. Never mind. Lori says, for all the meat and potatoes. And Caitlin just sent free Karen Reed. Thank you for making my day better, given the disgrace that is this case. Born and raised Massachusetts near Turtle Boy, then ended up in Foxborough, frequenting Canton for various reasons. Moved to Connecticut in November and feeling so angry. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm very sorry that, the locals, what they're going through, it's just, you can cut the tension through that town with a knife. And it sucks. And I think a whole lot of it just has to do with their fear of the Alberts. I wouldn't say necessarily fear of the Alberts, but the constant discomfort in walking on eggshells of whether or not people are going to think that, they feel some certain way about somebody that they shouldn't feel that way about, or God knows what, and people talking and chit chattering and it sucks, man. I can only imagine how comfortable it is to live, how uncomfortable it is to live there. The problem is if it's Colin, unless you get an eyewitness come forward, which I don't see happening, but because everybody see this, the common denominator behind all of these McAlberts and everybody who's connected to them, every single one of them on the stand, you can kind of tell that they're deliberately trying to protect Colin. They all have that one common denominator, which is the protection of Colin. Very strange. Like, we're seeing evidence now that Proctor was trying to protect Colin. And not only was he trying to protect Colin, he had motive to protect Colin. So it's very weird. Right. And that's the thing is all the physical evidence is gone. Exactly right, Norton. All the physical evidence is gone. It's like it never happened. Physically, it's like it never happened. And so, it's not like they can exhume him because the O'Keefe family is never going to agree to that. They'll never agree to that. But the dog is gone. The dog is gone. The flooring of the house is gone. The house is sold. Who knows how many times it's been scrubbed and cleaned. I think we're coming back right now. Nobody makes it.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet?
Yes.
Document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you can. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course,
Oh, shit.
An officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation,
So
correct?
why didn't you get
They
camera
have
footage?
More knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
For assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
So
Did any of the
are they?
reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as
Wow,
responsible, as one of your responsibilities, to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
Where are the notes? Where's the camera footage? Where's any proof that you even looked for this camera footage, that you tried to get this camera footage? Dirty
As the lead
fuck.
investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as a police
Bro,
officer,
ass in the
you make some of
fuck.
the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature.
You're accountable, dude.
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
You're accountable. You're the lead
I want to talk
investigator.
about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Dude.
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Wow,
Correct.
dude.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later.
Correct.
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Here we
Lucky
go.
Loughran.
Here we go.
You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotta testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotta, did you not?
Yes.
Dude.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotta told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Wow, dude.
Michael Trotta
Wow,
testified
bro.
that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's his case.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Yikes.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Mechanic and I interviewed him.
Right now,
that was
Turtle
when?
Boy is going nuts.
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Turtle Boy
you
tracked
still the
down
case
Lucky
agent?
Loughran, interviewed him,
Case.
Yes.
and he said that he never saw a body.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't.
Dude.
hear that. Could you? What
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
anything.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
16,
Objection.
but who's counting?
Is that right?
It's
Thank you, Angela Brown. Welcome.
something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up.
No, you didn't,
Okay.
dude.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, you didn't,
You just did
dude.
this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent. You just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Mechanic and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
I mean,
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually
he
asked
had
that
motive, dude.
in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
your answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive.
There you go.
To visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
You
How?
had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
There you go.
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll
Dude,
allow it.
that's
Yes.
motive.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Dude, I mean, Higgins had the motive. And you were aware of it. You just admitted in front of the jury that you were aware of the things that make up a motive, but you didn't come to the conclusion that he had motive because you're a shitty investigator, at the very least. But that's not what happened. What happened was you took his word because he's an ATF agent who's buddies with Brian Albert. That's all. You took him for his word. You just admitted that you took everyone, you decided that John O'Keefe had never entered 34 Fairview Road because the people inside 34 Fairview Road told you that he never went inside the house. And you established that. You established this, and she's your prime suspect. 16, 17 hours into the investigation, or from the incident, and you decide that's your person, and you hate her for it. You hate her because you're talking about her like she's the worst person to ever walk the planet because she's a woman in ways.
You are unmuted.
May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
That would be
I
opportunity
don't
right
recall
there.
that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
Means an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
motive. I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he
Yeah, a friend trying to fuck his
could he throw a
girlfriend.
punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out.
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right? Bigger than you.
Yep,
Dude.
You knew that he was former military
I did. Yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
A little bit.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
I'm
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor.
Yeah,
Right?
dude.
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time.
God,
because
dude.
you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Yeah, eat it, fucker. Eat that shit. Eat that turd.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG. Triple G is in golf.
This dude is just getting fucking steamrolled, bro. Like this whole day has just been this dude sitting on that stand getting fucking steamrolled. This is amazing.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Thank you, grab
Yes.
ass instructor.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
That's why the defense didn't
I
object
did.
to it being redacted. They didn't
What
mind.
was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Wow,
Of course it's
dude.
undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, correct?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scorti Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
There you go.
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but
It could be any
of
woman.
course, it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yeah, dude. There's 10 women on that jury, dude. This guy thinks all women are just crazy, dismissively crazy. She's a whack job. What does she know?
The reason you referred to Dr. Scortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
To say the least.
You can break that down.
Obstacle.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It was a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure.
Yeah, we know it was sarcastic. Why?
Correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yeah, dude, that's a good question. Thanks, buddy.
Wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Oops.
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I have never really seen that before in a homicide.
What?
Correct?
Wow.
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024 under oath was, you've literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
that
what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Is that what you did?
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification?
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel.
Thank you, MG.
Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a
sorry,
minute,
it's,
please?
the face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it? Within that packet, and we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
Wow. That's all detailed and shit. It's all
How do you
specific.
interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Busting my chops.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was. That's what he was busting your chops about.
We would never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
Wow, dude.
With sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Ultimately, did
versus what?
the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
So that was sarcastic for, oh, it's not a.
Yeah,
she's great at her
did not
job.
matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but.
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
Yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, come on.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she
Here we
turned it over
go.
to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were
You're a
texts and
liar.
calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
You're a fucking liar.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report?
We
from her
all
phone?
did. All of us
I have,
did.
yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
Dumbass.
Yeah, I'm not that area. No,
Wow.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
not that area.
Not that area, meaning,
No.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by
Thank
not
you,
that
Amy.
area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't
What?
review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted
You
from
are
her
a
phone that you haven't
fucking
physically possession?
liar.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
I'm not aware right now. What?
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that. No.
Come on, dude. Just stop
Did
it.
you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
No.
Julie Albert's?
No.
Are you
Notice
concerned?
he says
that
nope.
You seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
They took Turtle Boy's phone though,
You
didn't
never
they?
asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
No.
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone or do the cell phone extraction on it.
I want to ask you about
This guy's trash, dude.
another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length,
Recused.
inflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I had texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
If you could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
Then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
Wow.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to
Katie
to
McLaughlin,
interview
Caitlin Albert's
with
best
Brian
friend.
Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
This is going to go on all day, y'all.
I'm sorry, Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at
Wow, dude.
I'll allow it.
Holy
Correct.
shit.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry. Yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark. Then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
Wow, the Canton PD.
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Oops.
Objection.
Sustain. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind.
never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
What? Why don't you? You don't see that as a problem?
Is because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustain.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
That was your answer, right?
No,
What did you say?
that we didn't use it. You
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes, it's been 4 minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
What? He said
With
it
a cooperating
twice.
witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Oh my God, dude.
Trooper Proctor,
Wow,
after you
dude.
knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continue to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
Once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking.
Gay!
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yeah.
There's a 4th Albert out there.
Right.
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Oops.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that. 5 months into this
Jackson.
investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you?
Yikes, dude. Dude. Playing grab ass
I'm
with
not
Kevin
asking
Albert,
for
huh?
anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
Yeah,
I don't
bro.
recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do,
My
do I have
man.
a number or a letter?
We're
My
still in
man.
tab 13.
What do you think
All
is
right, so what
happening
page,
right
Mr.
now?
Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Bro, what do you think about life right now, guy? I would love to know.
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, my mailbox. Did I take my gun? And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't know.
I'm not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor.
Bro,
Have you seen
right.
drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser
So yes.
after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser.
Oops.
Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606.
Wow, dude. Yeah, breathe, buddy.
Starting with it's bad. Tell me when you see that.
Oops, what? It's bad.
Okay, so
Or may I publish?
Yes.
Jackson's just one after the other.
2606. Kevin Albert responded, it's bad, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today, exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight to make me feel good.
Wow.
Correct?
correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection? The two of you had been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and he couldn't even find his gun.
Jesus, dude. He's thinking now. He's thinking.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Cooper Proctor.
Correct.
I mean, dude. Where, I
Change
mean.
gears, Trooper Proctor, you personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to.
How do you recover from this?
At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That photograph of you. I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes.
And you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
All right, if I can have this marked and omitted.
Yo, the pile of clothes. Here we go. The pile of clothes laying on the floor in the hospital, not logged into evidence for a minimum of 3 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
No sidebar on
sir.
this.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be
Show it.
what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Wow,
And you
dude.
see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair.
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio.
It is.
Okay, that's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations.
Yes.
You keep your notes and things of that nature.
Yes.
Pens, paper.
Correct.
All right. Let me take that down.
So he's standing next to, those are his legs standing next to John
You
O'Keefe's
indicated
clothing.
that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct? You bagged them. Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? Correct?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
Yes.
at the DA's office?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence processing.
I'm going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so we could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence office. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists.
Ha!
Right?
Objection.
I've been waiting months. Those of you who have been watching me for a
physical
while,
law
I've been waiting months for this.
Exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today.
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Wow, dude.
I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah.
Jesus,
so I don't know how
dude.
that's generated.
Wow.
As a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
The sarcasm, Jackson. I know, dude. I get it, but
The evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control over?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Dude.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label is created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secured facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happened to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
the car received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect
Wow,
transcription
dude.
of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. You
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Jesus, dude.
Sure.
You doctored everything.
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Karen loves this shit.
Okay.
Look at Karen. Look at her.
Fact of the matter is,
Yeah.
you delivered that car to
You
Kansas
get it,
City
Karen.
to the
Go ahead.
Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor. Is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at
Welcome to the
5:31.
lady.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
This
So
guy,
Who are we pointing the finger at?
right?
Was it
Who are you
Sergeant
passing the
Buchanan?
buck to?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Who are you passing the buck to?
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
From who?
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but two barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport.
Stop saying as the crow
from where the car
flies.
was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
See what Jackson's doing right now is building a timeline of the frame up for the jury, and it's genius. Why wasn't
Proctor, you were the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where FBI, open up! Leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
lying motherfucker?
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside.
Correct.
Meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera, and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy.
Yes.
And another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question. Are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage? Right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport?
Right.
Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport, right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. There was this exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
Jackson's trying not to cuss. I love it.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
not aware
On
of
April
withholding
4th,
that.
2024.
I didn't know that I withheld it.
It's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Bro.
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Oops.
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
42 minutes.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, how's it?
I'll see it sidebar if you want.
Okay.
48 according to Buchanan. I mean, people, like, for those who have been watching me for the last few months, you know that I have talked over and over and over about how I'd love to listen to Proctor on the stand and explain away the clothing on the floor in the hospital and why it took so long to log it into evidence. I was dying to hear that. And then he just claimed that there was a log, but there's no log. And he's saying there is no log. You never logged the shit. Means anything could have happened in all of those months. Anything could have happened to those clothing, to that clothing. Anything.
You are unmuted.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. You've reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Beautiful.
I believe so.
Beautiful. Oh, shit.
I'm not sure, sir. I
Did you
wasn't.
make the request?
I did not.
Tully, Michael Morrissey's right-hand boy.
I was made aware that video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
Oh, you dirty fucks.
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay. So when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video.
Yes.
It was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Wow, dude.
Where was he?
Yeah, where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
Why was he
Towards, like,
there?
the rear. Yeah.
Why was he
Where you
there?
were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out in Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or
holding
it skips.
that- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed. Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Understand.
Okay. I
Was it blue?
believe it was yellow.
Yikes.
Just hold on.
Yeah.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side.
He doesn't know that the
was in
jury
fact
already knows
driver's.
different.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out. From the driver's side, it wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Bullshit, dude. Dude, you're fucked.
Well,
You're fucked.
were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that
Proved.
timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Fuck, I wanted him to answer that.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
All right, so they're gonna do
You are
45
muted.
minutes. Calamity Jade, thank you. This is the Hangover 4 Corrupt Forced Retirement. Dude, this is amazing. Thank you, Calamity Jade. This is wild. I mean, everything about this investigation is fucked. Everything about it. It's not.
Mr. Jackson, how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
We're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 40 minutes, maybe.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Lally, how about you?
20 minutes, half an hour.
All right, so we'll finish with this witness today?
100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, so wait. Gotta do it right. Everything about this investigation is absolutely fucked. This is the one that they wanted on the stand. And so this is going to be interesting because we might get to, the rumor is that Tully is next. And so we'll get to see some direct from Lieutenant Tully, who is I mean, the Beast Man to Skeletor is what Tully is to Michael Morrissey. And this is very interesting because Proctor just admitted that the footage from the Sallyport was collected by Chief Rafferty herself, and given directly to Brian Tully. So I don't know exactly what that proves, but it sure looks bad. It sure fucking looks bad. You know what looks even worse is that this dude just admitted in open court that Chief Berkowitz, former Chief Berkowitz, who just happened to find a piece of taillight on the road as he was just happened to be driving by 34 Fairview, who's a retired police chief for the police department, Canton Police Department to be exact, that has already recused itself from the investigation due to the fact that Kevin Albert, the brother of the owner of 34 Fairview, Brian Albert, there's a conflict of interest because Kevin Albert, being his brother, they cannot work this investigation. They have to completely and totally recuse themselves due to that conflict of interest. And yet, for some reason, Canton PD and retired members of the Canton PD are still involving themselves in this investigation. So, again, I don't know what that proves, but it sure as shit looks fucking bad. I want to know why Berkowitz found that piece of taillight. I want to know why Berkowitz was at the Sallyport. He had no business at that Sallyport. He had absolutely no business at that Sallyport when Karen Reed's Lexus SUV was brought in. And there is 42 minutes of footage to account for. 42 minutes of missing footage to account for. And there is a female figure in the Sallyport footage, but nobody can actually identify positively just yet who that is. But if I had to guess, folks, if I'm speculating based on things that we already know to be fact, I would say that the chances of it being Chief Helena Rafferty in that Sallyport, I would say the chances of that are pretty fucking good. So, people, we're looking at a very, 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 very fucked up investigation here into the death of a Boston police officer. And we're seeing a lot of motive here coming from the prosecution to make this look to make people look in a different direction, and that direction being towards Karen Reed. A lot of motive here, not so much to look towards Karen Reed, but to look away from the members of to look away from the members of the Albert and the McCabe family, as well as look away from the people, most importantly, who were inside 34 Fairview of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. Calamity Jade, thank you. If footage shows first time Lexus pulling into Sallyport, Snow should have been swept out beforehand, corrupting evidence, in my opinion. Agreed. I mean, there's definitely missing footage based on the fact that there was snow in a perfect perimeter around the Lexus before they even pulled the Lexus in. There was snow where the Sallyport, it's already been stated by Bukaki while he was on the stand that the Sallyport was heated. So if that came from another vehicle, that snow would have melted. That snow would have been melted. So the fact is, I am absolutely 100% convinced that the snow came off of Karen Reed's SUV and was already in that Sallyport, and everything that they did was for the benefit of the footage that they knew was being recorded in that Sallyport taking place after that. That missing footage is what's going to show the truth. Now, we may not see that, but the fact that the footage is missing and the fact that there's proof that, or at least enough proof for me to convince me that Karen Reed's SUV was already in that Sallyport, that's a bad look, man. That's a bad look. I mean, you're sitting here trying to tell me that snow came off of what? I mean, it's in the shape of a perfect perimeter around Karen Reed's SUV. When they pull it in, it's almost as if they use it as a chalk line to where to park her SUV. It's weird. Oh, okay. Turtle Boy's going on Grace Curley at 105. Excellent. All right. Let's check that out. So we got 2 minutes before he supposedly goes on.
Channel forecast.
Partly to mostly cloudy skies and seasonably mild for us out here this afternoon. A few showers, even a rumble of thunder possible. Temperatures here this afternoon reaching highs in a low to mid part of the 70s, which is right about where we should be this time of year. Warming up for the end of the business week. Partly cloudy skies here tonight, down around or just above 60. Lots of sunshine for tomorrow. It'll be breezy and warmer. Winds out of the south at times 10 to 20 miles per hour, especially late in the day. Highs on Thursday, mid-80s. Scattered mainly afternoon showers, even storms Friday as we finish out the business week. High temperatures again, mid-80s. And then cooler for the upcoming Father's Day weekend. Should be a couple of nice days for Dad. Mostly sunny skies Saturday, Sunday. Highs mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone from the Weather Channel on the Voice of Boston, AM 680, WRKO.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password,
for you to become a victim.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to LifeLock.com.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before while you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen.
All right, shut up for a second there. Commercials. I want to give a big shout out to everybody watching real quick. I mean, I've got 2,700 people watching on YouTube. Thank you guys. But I got 3,100, almost 3,200 watching on Twitter. So big shout out to all you Twitter folks, man. Thank you for logging in and watching. I appreciate you. I'm glad that this is the place where you guys enjoy watching and listening. It means a lot. Thank you, guys.
Personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
For you to become a victim.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to lifelock.com.
$75. That's 800-501-8983 or mypillow.com. Promo code GAMBLER.
What does retirement success mean to you? Get your free copy of Realizing Your Retirement Success by Micheline Dagger of Dagger Wealth Management right here in New England. Realizing Your Retirement Success. The book is complimentary to you, our radio listeners, just by dialing 833-365-8383. That's 833-365-8383. Get your free copy of Realizing Your Retirement Success, the book by Dagger Wealth Management. 833-365-8383. Or visit daggerwealth.com.
680 AM, 100.7 FM HD2, and by asking your smart speaker to play WRKO on iHeartRadio. WRKO, the voice of Boston. 680 AM, 100.7 FM HD2, and by asking your smart speaker to play WRKO on iHeartRadio. WRKO, the voice of Boston. The voice of Boston. AM 680 WRKO. Presidential candidates love Jeff Cooner.
I love you, Jeff.
In a non-sexual way. Can I hear your call letters one more time, please? WRKO. WRKO.
Bulldozer. Weekdays 6 to 10. WRKO. There's one guy in Boston who's defined the term conservative. I kind of like that word. Every afternoon at 3 Boston drives home with Howie Carr, keeping you on the right side of the road.
Doesn't really have a ring to it.
See, you're not saying the call letters properly. It's WRKO.
Grace Curley. You can read Grace's work in the Boston Herald and the Spectator.
Especially Grace. Grace, stand up.
Here's the millennial with the mic, Grace Curley.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
So many nicknames, so little time. Michael Proctor was on the stand today. He's being cross-examined by Alan Jackson. They're on break right now, and that means we have Turtle Boy with us. Turtle Boy, just to start, you have the floor. Give us your response to what you've heard from so far from Michael Proctor on this second day of his testimony.
Oh, just lie after lie after lie that they're catching him in. The guy is, I mean, the jury's done. They don't even look as surprised as they did yesterday about all of this guy's lies. I mean, it's just lying about his relationship with the Alberts. A big thing we found out today, I had no idea about, is that he's good buddies with Kevin Albert. I know they did CrossFit together. Kevin Albert is a Canton police detective. Keep in mind, he says he didn't know any of the Alberts or McCabe's prior to this. He told the grand jury that. And Kevin Albert is a Canton police detective, the brother of Brian Albert. And apparently they like to get drunk together and go around and drive around in his police car while they're drinking, his police cruiser. And Kevin Albert left his gun and his badge inside the car because he was so drunk. So this is what we're dealing with in Canton. These are the people that police the town. These are the people who were never investigated by Proctor for their involvement in the death of John O'Keefe, weren't treated as suspects, just Karen Reed.
Yeah, the alcohol seems to be a theme that's very pervasive throughout this whole case. It really does rear its ugly head at every moment. Turtle Boy, I wanted to play a sound cut for you and then get your reaction, because for me, at least so far this morning, and keep in mind there's some of this that I missed once I hopped on the air, but for me, the most compelling part of Jackson's cross-examination thus far, and we still have more to go, would be cut 15, please, Jared.
Then 50-51 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
Aiden, I don't know how you're saying any person on the face of the planet could call a woman or anyone by that slur, by that word, and claim to be objective. And the part of it, we touched on this yesterday, that really blows my mind is how quickly he came to all of these conclusions, how quickly he decided that she wasn't going to skate, that she's bleeped, that it was going to be cut and dry, that he was going to kind of make all of this happen. We're talking 16 hours into this investigation.
Yeah, he would all figure it out within 16 hours. And what did he base that all on? Oh, well, he interviewed Jennifer McCabe and he interviewed Brian Albert. And they said they didn't do nothing. And that's it. So it must have been Karen Reed that did it. None of these people could have possibly done it. None of these people could be lying or hiding something. None of these people had their phones seized or their cars seized or anything like that. They weren't even asked to go in their house. There's a dead body of Brian Albert's body. They don't even go inside the house. You know, by the way, he interviews them all at 11:30, right? And doesn't record any of this inside Jennifer McCabe's house. The murder investigation doesn't record any of these interviews. Yet he doesn't even record his interview with Karen Reed. Yeah, because she disputes things that he put in his report that he said that she said. But yet when I got arrested on October 11th, I just posted some of the images on my Twitter of it. Right, the police, every single cop there, trooper, had the body cams out and video recorded me inside and outside of the house, giving statements. Everything's recorded. I mean, at least if you say things on the internet that they don't like, they record everything that they record everything in the interviews.
That's
but
for sure.
if you have a dead body on your lawn or you're involved in a murder of a cop, they won't record anything. And we'll just take Michael Proctor's word for it that these things actually happened.
Yeah, there was a whole back and forth about whether he knew Chris Albert and Julie Albert and the Albert family, or if he had relationships with them. And he was trying to differentiate or kind of parse out the question and say, well, just because I said that I didn't have a relationship with them doesn't mean I was referring to not knowing them. What did you make of that whole back and forth?
So he's just a liar. I mean, he just gets caught in one lie after another. Keep in mind, the only reason they have all of these calls and text messages is because, the federal investigation, he was forced to hand all this stuff over, right? So he gets caught in lie after lie. He's asking Julie Albert to babysit his kids, right? Who babysit? Like, you're going to trust some you don't know these people, but come babysit my kids. Come watch my kids, Julie Albert, right? Yeah. And, it's like, would you trust your kids with some random stranger? Apparently that's what he wants you to believe that his relationship with Julie Albert was like.
Yeah, my producer pointed out that the Judge Canone seems to be allowing more today than she has in the past. And one of the things she allowed was this back and forth about Colin Albert and why he was left out of those initial reports. Why do you think he left out Colin Albert, and why him specifically?
Well, there's a reason that Julie Albert said on February 1st that she would like to offer Michael Proctor a gift on the day that Karen Reed was first arrested and charged with manslaughter. That gift is a thank you gift because you didn't interview my son, right? And by the way, we saw his notes today that in his notes interviewed that Colin Albert was inside the house.
Hold on, Turtle Boy. You're breaking up a little bit. Hold on. I want to reestablish the connection, and then we'll come right back to this. I'm speaking with Turtle Boy Aiden Carney. You can follow him on Twitter at Dr. Turtle Boy, and he's been all over this case. And we got some heat in the beginning for having Turtle Boy on, and it was called this crazy conspiracy theory. How can you legitimize this guy? How can you actually talk about this? And the more information I get, my question, Aiden, for you is, the DA here, Michael Morrissey, he knew these text messages were going to be read. He knew the state troopers were going to be embarrassed. Yeah. He knew, as you pointed out on Howie's show yesterday, I thought this was a great point. This goes all the way up. Governor Maura Healey has to be embarrassed. The state of Massachusetts has to be humiliated. So if he knew all that, why go forward with it? Why didn't he say a few months ago, hey, we're over our heads here. We can't bring this forward. We're not going to be able to come back from it. Why go forward with trying to get this charge against Karen Reed if they knew they had all these skeletons that were going to be on display for the world to see?
Maybe he has a public humiliation fetish. I don't know the answer to that one. I mean, I don't know any other explanation about why they would. This is embarrassing. This is humiliating. This is being watched by millions of people. And the Norfolk County DA's office looks like clowns. This is goonery, clowns. Like you have person after person getting up there lying. Your state police look inept. Like you said, they knew all this was going to come out. You're getting drunk and driving around in police cars and leaving your guns. I mean, what kind of Mickey Mouse operation are they running here? This is humiliating. And to what end? What are they hoping to accomplish here? They know they can't convict her. It's over. This trial's been over for quite some time. There's a 0.0% chance Karen Reed is ever convicted of this, which further, kind of solidifies my belief that the whole purpose of this is not to convict Karen Reed, but to say that they did something so that they could tell the O'Keefe family, oh, well, we tried, and then not go after the people who actually killed John O'Keefe.
Well, they did something. They definitely did something. They've really opened themselves up to a lot of scrutiny, and, rightfully so. The other part of this, too, where my ears perked up was when they were talking about the medical examiner and how she was unable to determine what the cause of death was. And Alan Jackson was reading text messages between Michael Proctor and another state trooper, where the state trooper was, busting his chops for not getting the determination that he wanted from the medical examiner. And something he said that really stuck out to me, he's like, oh, well, when we, and I'm paraphrasing here just so everyone knows, essentially he said, when we bring these sort of examinations to the medical examiner, we give them information about what's transpired up to that point, because Alan Jackson was basically saying you were trying to make your case to this medical examiner and you were trying to convince her to give you the result you wanted. But he was talking about how, oh no, we always give them background information. But my point here, Aiden, is they don't even know what the background information is. So what are you giving her to try to steer this if you didn't even see anything or have any evidence?
Right. They're mad at each other. It's like a competition to make sure that they could get the the cause of death determination that they wanted, which is apparently homicide. They obviously pressured this woman, who, by the way, he also calls the ME a whack job. Everybody's a whack job to this guy when they don't give him what he wants. So he calls the ME a whack job, and then coincidentally she changes it, and now she says something in the report about, well, there's no signs of a physical altercation. I've talked to lawyers who have never seen a report before where they tell you what didn't happen. Like a report tells you what did happen, right? What was the cause of that? They don't say what wasn't the cause. Oh, there's no fight. That's because Proctor's interviewer saying, make sure you put that in there. Make sure you tell them that there's no fight, right? Yeah, make sure you put that in there. They got to her. They pressured her to say this, and the medical examiner is what they kind of constantly go back on and say, well, the medical examiner said that this is the way it happened. But clear that there was not. She was hit by a car. It's road rash on his arms. It wasn't bitten by a dog. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we had a caller, Aiden. I'm speaking with Turtle Boy, Aiden Kearney. We had a caller who said, why can't they just show the jurors pictures of what happened and bring someone in and explain those? And the autopsy's been pretty much kept under wraps. The last time I talked to you, I think you said they had seen one photo, but have people seen photos of John O'Keefe's body and the injuries he sustained?
No, they haven't. I'm going to guess that's going to come with these experts. Because they got Frank Sheridan, the forensic pathologist from San Bernardino County, who's done, tens of thousands of autopsies, and they're going to have the crash reconstructionist experts, and they're going to point out that, look at that guy's injuries right there, didn't come from a car. I mean, a child could see those injuries didn't come from getting hit by a motor vehicle, but apparently the jury's not stupid. They're going to look at this and they're going to say the same thing. But at this point, it's just kind of redundant. Like, they know that Karen Reed didn't do this. The jig is up. They know that these people are extremely shady, and they're ready to vote not guilty.
Yeah, the other part of this case that kind of amazes me is, again, the timeline of how quickly these biases were determined, and kind of this narrative was set in place. 16 hours, 17 hours, and he's already saying she's bleeped, this is a done deal. Do you think that, well, here, I'm going to break this up. First question is, do any of these state troopers keep their jobs? Any of the people that are involved in these group chats, any of the superiors, are they keeping their jobs? Are some of them going to retire, or are people going to get fired over this?
Oh, people are getting
fired. That's $1 million question. Usually you just get the golden parachute out of there.
Right.
But back when I wrote the story about Leah Genduso getting on the force, and despite selling drugs and laundering drug money back in 2018, she was the only one that got fired. Everybody else who hired her and elevated her in the state police kept their job. With this one, it's like Proctor's got to go. I mean, that's going to be the first one. Proctor has to go. He cannot survive this. There's no way. Just the text messages alone are incredibly unprofessional. Like, and the union took down their latest support of him, right? So he's got to go. But it's not enough just to get him. Like, he has bosses. He's got Tully. He's got Buchanan. He's got Fanning. He's got all these people in that group chat, Chico, and all the other scumbags who went along with this, who basically were on the same wavelength as him when it comes to covering things up and pushing this false narrative, and they were all okay with it. This is a rot, a systemic rot, a cultural rot within the state police that does not get rooted out simply because you get rid of, the guy who stood out the most in this particular scandal.
As bad as we knew Michael Proctor was going to be, and as bad as yesterday went for him, did you think today was going to be as disastrous for him and for the state police as it was so far?
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's no other way that this could possibly go. Alan Jackson has all the facts on his side. The FBI gave him all of this stuff because he knew that the FBI knew that this was going to be extremely useful in helping to exonerate Karen Reed. So they gave him all this stuff on purpose, knowing how bad it makes Michael Proctor look. He had no shot. I can't believe he's even doing this.
I know.
This is humiliating. I don't know if he thinks there's some sort of coming back from this or what his long-term plan in this, but he has to understand, they're doing all this to get you on the record so they can throw you under the bus and blame it all on you.
Yep.
So,
and Aiden,
I'll in my clip, but
exactly what's going on.
I wasn't surprised that Jen McCabe was trying that thing where she was looking at the jurors, oh yeah, this is what I'm telling you, and then Buchanan did it, and I thought, but Michael Proctor's doing it a little bit too today. He's looking at the jurors, looking for sympathy or looking for them to believe him, and he keeps saying absolutely not. That's his big thing, absolutely not, when he answers the questions.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Do you think the jurors are buying this? And then I got to wrap.
No, they are not buying it at all. Like I said, there's 10 women on the jury. He's kind of looking at them apologetically, yeah, I did a lot of this stuff, but I'm not really a bad guy. I'm not so bad. Yeah, I did a lot of shitty things, but I'm sorry. I did a good job investigating. Please don't think badly of me. It's pathetic. They see right through him, and they're not going to convict Karen Reed. No way.
Aiden Carney, Turtle Boy. Follow him on Twitter at Dr. Turtle Boy, and make sure you also give me the website, Turtle Boy, for TB Daily News.
TBDailyNews.com or Turtle Boy Live on YouTube.
Awesome. All right. Turtle Boy will be with Howie later on today as well, and we will be right back.
The Grace Curley Show will be right back.
We'll be right back. Okay. All right. So I've got court pulled back up, but they're not back from lunch yet. But yeah, people, it's fascinating to watch Jackson's, strategy here, because it's not unlike his strategy this entire time. It's so laid out and it's so meticulous in its intentions, which is to destroy the credibility of the witness on the stand, followed by destroying the credibility of the integrity of his investigation. So Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in charge of John O'Keefe's death. And we're seeing now that this dude had Karen Reed railroaded from the start. We're seeing already motive. We haven't even seen the proof yet, just yet. We've seen stuff that could be added to the proof, but the solid, that's it, absolute proof that he framed Karen Reed, that's going to come when they discuss the tail light. But the thing is what's really troubling me right now, what I really can't wrap my head around here, because obviously what Turtle Boy was talking about is him and Kevin Albert in, what was it, April? Got drunk together, and Kevin Albert fucking left his gun and badge in the dude's car because he was so drunk driving around in a police cruiser after everything that we already know of how he conducts his investigation. But at this point, how can you take, if you know that this is how they conduct themselves how can we take anything they do in this investigation seriously? Oh, I didn't realize that I missed super. Hold on, man. Let me see if I can find the super chats I missed. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I don't think I could find it. Oh, wait, I got it. Boom. And just because Cherry pointed it out just for her, I'm gonna make sure to here we go.
I think we got a super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. Super fan. Super chat. Super fan. 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 I think we got a super chat. 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 Super chat.
That's Cherry's favorite. Thank you, Vivian, so much. Appreciate it. We love you too. That's Cherry's favorite. So I had to play the whole super chat dance for her. Oh yeah. And yeah, yeah. Cherry gets mad if I don't shill my merch. So yeah, if you guys like the shirt, the link's in the description. The Teespring link is in the description. So if you like the merch, buy it, I guess. Or don't really give a shit. It's available. See, I'm smiling. I'm smiling when I sell the merch. Yay. I'm smiling. I'm selling the merch, Cherry. I'm selling. See, I'm selling the merch. Please buy the merch. That the link is in the description. That would be really, really helpful. I'd really, really appreciate it. I think. No, seriously, I appreciate it, guys. If you guys are if you guys dig this the drip, if you guys are digging the Glare drip, you can get your own. Yeah, rock it. Absolutely. I'm rocking it. See? And I'm smiling. See? Oh my God. I just ordered food too, man. And I don't have a driver for it yet. I had to make 2 separate orders because like I'm almost out of creamer. And so I had to like get creamer delivered because I can't leave to go buy more creamer. So I had to get creamer delivered, and I may or may not have bought some chocolate chunk cookies because, you know. Oh my goodness, what?
I think we got a super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. Super fan. Super chat. Super fan. 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 I think we got a super chat.
Steve C, 1994. Thank you. Keep up the good work, Will. Proctor is cooked, done, finished. He's a loser. Plevin is like an unfinished slow clone of the Alberts. Fuck Plevin. I mean, there were so many opportunities. Like, what's really funny about this stuff is all this is doing is solidifying everything that we already knew. We already had evidence that this stuff was already the thing. It was already a thing. We're just now hearing this dickhead sit on the stand and admit to it. We've already known. Plevin already knew. Plevin, Kate Peter, all of these idiots already fucking knew the same things that we knew already. Yes, Micro Blue, that's up, church. Plevin, Kate Peter, Grant, all of these fucking idiots already knew what we already knew. All that's happening now is it's being solidified on the stand by the lead investigator. Let me see what Liz Reed's saying here. Claire, you need a $5 milkshake to go with those cookies. Oh man. Yes, I caught the Pulp Fiction reference. Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it. I mean, if I'm paying $5 for a fucking milkshake, I better not need cookies. Sorry, I'm just looking over at chat. Hold on, I think my creamer got here. Let's see what we got here. Oh, yep. All right, I'm going to leave you guys with this for a moment. Oh my goodness, Patty, thank you so much for the Venmo. Appreciate you. It's very nice. It's very nice. I mean, when are we going to see Proctor like? I mean, I feel like he's purposely falling on his sword here. I think they're trying to make him the fall guy, but it's not going to be enough. But I'm still waiting to see if this, I don't think it's going to happen. If there's only about 20 or 30 minutes left of cross-examination, this probably won't happen.
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
Yeah, I don't think that that's going to happen. All right, shut up. Okay, so sorry about that, folks. I appreciate your patience. I think we're just maybe about less than 5 minutes away from court resuming. I hear people shuffling in the courtroom through the mute. What? Wait, what just happened here? What just happened here? What just happened here? Mark Baumeister said, shut up. You
need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. What Penn said, buddy. No, I know, Mark. I'm just fucking with you, buddy. I mean, what if any steps should you as a Massachusetts State Police officer take when conducting an investigation and not looking like a crooked, corrupt piece of shit? What if any actions should you take? What steps?
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, people, we're talking about based on this cross-examination, we're seeing. You just imagine Michael Proctor sitting on that stand just before he got called up on Monday.
No. Wait.
It's coming, buddy. It's coming. This dude's career is fucking over. Like, that dude has no business being a cop. Like, even if it didn't show reasons why he's dirty as shit, it shows that he has no business being a cop, period. He didn't even try to make it look like he was conducting a sound investigation. He didn't even try to even make it look like it. Hey, stop it, Jerry. Quit it. Yeah, this is amazing. Like, this is fucking amazing. And it's funny, you guys remember when he was just in there saying no log actually exists, right? And he's like, well, there's a log, but well, where is it? What happened to it? On the way back from lunch on Wednesday, Jackson straight up told me that he was worried that they were going to try to just conjure one up, some made up bullshit. This was a one-on-one conversation I was having with Jackson on the way back from lunch into the courtroom, going into the courtroom. And we know that now that dude didn't even have the foresight to even try that bullshit. But this should give you an idea of how far ahead Jackson was thinking. Because he was worried about Bukaki pulling that shit on the stand. And then they still had time for Proctor to pull this out of his ass, and he never did. But that should give you some insight as to how far ahead Karen Reed's defense team is thinking. Yeah, the chain of custody is, I've been saying this for months, that the chain of custody was fucked already. That the chain of custody alone invalidates the evidence, any of the evidence. Hell, I don't even hear them even discussing the taillight fragments, the microscopic taillight fragments that were found in his clothing. I still have yet to hear that even brought up by the prosecution. This is supposedly part of their damning evidence. This is supposedly part of their damning evidence. And then on top of that, I mean, we never even heard her voicemails saying that she hates John O'Keefe. Prosecution didn't even let the jury hear that shit. Where are these voicemails? Do these voicemails even exist? I wonder. Because the prosecution wants to say, or prior to this trial at least, we're trying to say that this helped establish motive, that they had these voicemails and all these messages, these hateful messages that establish motive against Karen Reed, that established the motive for Karen Reed to kill John O'Keefe. But that didn't happen. We never heard these voicemails. We never heard. Now, that might happen when he brings Tully up on the stand. That's possible, but unlikely, because why wait this long? Here we are. We're in the cross-examination of the lead detective in charge of collecting evidence, of finding and collecting evidence, so that the prosecution can successfully prosecute Karen Reed. And here we're just hearing from him 7 weeks in. We're hearing for the first time from the lead prosecutor, and now it's in cross-examination. The prosecution still has yet to present any type of evidence against Karen Reed. They have yet to present any evidence. And only a buffoon, I'm going to say that one more time, only a fucking buffoon who has never done any research on this case would think that the testimony coming from the minors, that being Officer John O'Keefe's niece and nephew, is somehow damning evidence. Only a buffoon would think that that's damning evidence against Karen Reed. It's damning to the prosecution because it produced absolutely nothing, and it shows how desperate they are. And now that we've seen that they still haven't produced any evidence, it shows even more how desperate they are. Derek, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Commonwealth hasn't advanced the football any evidence past their own 25-yard line. Score, Reed 770, Commonwealth 0, up to 10 touchdowns, massive blowout. Absolutely. That's exactly what this is. If this were a football game, an American football game, Cherry, not a soccer game. If this were a football game, the prosecution hasn't gained any yards at all. None. There's not even a first down in this case. The defense has been intercepting the ball and running it in time after time after time throughout this entire trial. Here we go.
We're back in session. You mean seated? Okay, let's bring the witness in, please. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Triple Proctor, before we wrote, we were discussing Sallyport video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
in other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So,
Which ones were you responsible for?
How did those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Chief
Chief
Rafferty.
Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct. That's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone. Is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring
Which means
app.
some
So
way
you-
or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes.
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later,
You could delete videos.
anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I hope he peed before he had to go back to sit down.
Mayor,
Yes.
if you would mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Okay, sir.
Today, Junior?
Super Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
and you
Lolly
noted
just
that
gave up.
0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video. He indicated tail lights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? Is that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them. We don't every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you want me to know?
Of course you don't.
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3. May I approach? Yes. Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed.
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 1241 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her
Really,
to be,
bro?
for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts.
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop
Dude, come on.
some sort of hatred for Miss Reed
Objection.
at any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we followed the facts and the evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express
What
your
evidence?
feelings about Miss Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today.
Yeah,
Is that
here
right?
we
On
go.
February 4th, 2022?
Y'all ready? Y'all ready? This is where the jury is about to go.
Might as well turn the tap.
What?
It's either the bait stamp or the.
This is triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
Bases are loaded. Mark McGuire's up to bat.
Yes, sir.
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, "I didn't give my."
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bev.
On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael," meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
I mean, you could stall this shit all you want. You can stall this shit all you want, Lally. I mean, they're going to see them. You're the one who submitted the text messages into evidence, dude. Lally, you're the one who submitted the text messages into evidence. Yeah, you don't get to sit here and be like, "Oh, well, you know, I have an objection to how the defense uses the actual evidence that I decided to submit." Bro, like, just deal. Just deal. Because this is going to happen whether you like it or not. This is happening. This is happening. Like right now, you're a little kid at the doctor's office, and they're gonna give you a shot, and there's no lollipop afterwards. You're just gonna have to sit there and take it because it's happening. The shot is gonna happen.
You are unmuted.
You got to take your medicine, son.
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Boom.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
The figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself.
No.
Right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Yeah. Because she just lawyered up.
Did you
And
believe
you didn't
Karen
see that
Reed
coming.
was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves
Wow, dude.
a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris L, loosely.
Yes.
Julie L, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Get the fuck
Chris
out of here
enough
with
to leave
that.
His badge and his gun in your cruiser when after a night of drinking, right?
Boom.
Sustained.
Get him.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats this morning.
So is that
Judy,
so
he's-
is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Dude, this is like Thunder Lips whooping the shit out of Rocky, just throwing him around like a rag doll at the beginning of that
Correct?
exhibition.
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation,
It's
your
all
figures
fake,
of speech
meatball.
include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
It's all
Yes.
fake,
A whack job,
meatball.
correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Wow,
Yes.
dude.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Jesus.
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted,
Jesus,
in your
dude.
own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
This is the grand
The
finale.
homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words,
Boom.
who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fuck that. Answer the question.
Shame on you.
Shitbag. Shame on you, sir.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
Ladies and gentlemen, Action Jackson. Oh, and this guy. Hold on. Here we go.
Ooh, you suck.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, when you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years
Look at
without
Karen.
single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts for these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was
Look at
done
Alan.
with the utmost
Look at Alan
integrity,
Jackson.
not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office.
Oh, Alan's getting
As
geared
well
up
as
again.
Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be.
Wait, what?
With one of their witnesses and their private investigator.
Wait, what?
And a teacher sees this, informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and
this happened
instead
yesterday.
of saying okay and leaving, he asks, "Is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here?" She calls me to see if she was being served.
Oh, you motherfucker. You are lying, you piece of shit.
Yes.
Yo, straight up making accusations that Yannetti saying that he showed up to his kid's school. Dude, you better have some fucking shit to back that up. Did you see Alan Jackson's face? He's sitting there looking at him like, are you saying this shit out loud in open court right now, dude? What kind of shit is going on right now? What in the fuck is going on right now? This is the craziest shit in the world. And dude, people, let's keep this into perspective, folks, because we got to let's continue to look at Karen Reed's look of satisfaction on her face because she has absolutely earned this moment. People, what happens consistently with these people every time? They go and they play victim. That's their lifeline, is to play victim. Instead of looking her in the eye and apologizing for being a fucking railroading, framing piece of shit. Instead of doing that, he tries to play victim and gain sympathy from the jury. And the jury has no sympathy for this man right now. That I could promise you. And Karen Reed knows it, and that's why she's sitting there looking him dead in the eye with that smirk on her face, because she has absolutely fucking earned it. She has absolutely earned that feeling of gratification that is clearly coming over her right now. Every time these shitbags get cornered, they play the victim route. This guy, a grown man who dons a badge for a living, is sitting up there playing victim right now. After everything that he just admitted to, he's sitting up there, gained sympathy from that jury. Literally the worst thing that he could do. Literally the worst thing that he could do to try to save face right now, because that jury's not having it. That I can guarantee you. Dude, I'm gonna celebrate with a cookie right now, y'all. I got these chocolate chunk cookies. I'm stupid hungry. My food hasn't really gotten here yet. I mean, y'all got to understand, like, what's up with these. Look at these cookies, dude. These are like from the bakery. Check it. Check. Look at the chunks of chocolate in that shit right there, bro. Look at that shit. Look at my HD fucking chocolate chunk motherfucking cookie, y'all. Dude, these things are so good. You can like taste the butter. Oh my God. So good. Y'all remember when your grandma used to make those Nestle cookies, man? Y'all remember that? Trash, garbage in comparison. Trash and garbage. Okay, got nothing and got shit on these chocolate chunk cookies, y'all. Your grandma's cookies suck. Look at Jess. That's Jess on the right from Fall River Reporter. She's fantastic. Really nice person, too. It's really nice to meet her. Yeah, pan on over. And there's Turtle Boy. There's Turtle Boy. Give it up for Turtle Boy, y'all. And during this sidebar, the jury is just sitting there bathing in what they just heard. They're soaking in it. They're soaking in the fact that this dude said that he wished that the person he was investigating would just kill herself. Dude, I think it's so awesome that Turtle Boy got to sit in the courtroom for this dude's testimony and cross.
Words or spellings.
I mean, Bev, like, we're seeing a different Bev today, y'all. Tell me I'm crazy. We're definitely seeing a different Auntie Bev today.
You are unmuted.
Please rise for the jury.
in the criminal justice system. Michael Proctor is especially anus.
Please. Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record. And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Trooper Proctor, let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannette, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
They struck that long
In
rant.
August of 2022. Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of.
What?
Like I said, I
We
stand
just
by the
saw the
integrity of this
evidence.
investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. The form, meeting. In that form, it's stricken. Not allowed to ask it that way, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers in your office?
From the start of this investigation with an open mind, like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th,
Yes.
2022, was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And so you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64, and ask you to read those and look up.
I can't believe this dude is actually sitting up there telling the jury that he stands by the integrity of his investigation after all that he just admitted to in cross.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1562, 63, and 64.
He also said that his department and his supervisors stand by it too, which is interesting that he spoke for them. And you notice that the defense didn't object when he said it. because the whole Massachusetts State Police Department looks like they need a whole overhaul. That's what it looks like to me. That there needs to be a whole type of house cleaning going on as far as employment goes within the Massachusetts State Police. For the people there to actually genuinely feel safe, to begin to even feel safe there. Right. Turtle Boy did 2 months in jail for exposing this shit. 2 months in jail.
Yes.
Now Bev's all short with him.
Now, Trooper, after reviewing
Yes.
3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both McCabe's and the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being the McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. Al was involved anyway.
But you didn't look for
Like
the
I said,
evidence, did you?
Before the from witness interviews, the statements Miss Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found
shoe
underneath the
that
snow
doesn't
that were
match
dug
the
out by
one
the
that-
CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed. Her statements
which
to
don't
us,
match.
Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
What?
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Abel was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection. Then we'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that.
Regardless of his position, correct?
Regardless of what he does for a profession.
You want to approach?
Yes.
My apologies, John. You, document I showed you the other day, do you recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct
Bro.
your attention within there to page 2565.
You're really gonna try to play cleanup on that right now? You think the jury gives a fuck
Yes, sir.
about you trying
I've asked some
to
questions about text on that
re-explain your
page, but
explanation?
Also, there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group
Um,
in that text message?
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
How do they know they got into an
information
argument?
that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2020.
How did he get the information that they got into an argument? Nobody testified
With
who were
respect,
witnesses.
to that
Did he speak to the kids
information
already?
conveyed in that text message. When did you learn that?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
May I approach you?
Yes.
How did he know that they supposedly got into an argument that night? Every person that testified and every statement that says that they were getting
Now, you were
along
asking
just
questions
fine.
about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts. Is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Miss Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So
Didn't
as
know
far
about the
as
voicemails
what
yet.
Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged
We're
with.
talking
that's
about
not something that-
11 p.m. on the same night.
No, not at all.
Now, specifically, you were asked some questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper Chico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
It's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Objection. Call the trial. Okay.
Yes.
Answer that.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
And so, false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Where people admittedly lied to the grand jury.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Objection. Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Brown.
Certainly are. How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asked some questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that. That's kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022. correct?
yeah,
So So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Wow, that's the best you got?
With regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her event?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
Now, you were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustain your steam form. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Lally, as your witness.
Yes, sure. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with your sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take.
I'll allow it.
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned, I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
we knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
You're lying. And you're a piece
Mr.
of
Jackson
shit.
was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now,
You big dummy.
Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Alba, to your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
And why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
So they had left 34 Fairview like Colin Albert prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection.
Sustained is that point.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Alba?
Great question there, Lally.
Colin was falsely accused of.
Objection.
Can you answer that same question Mr. Lally asked you differently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection.
I'm going to allow.
Yeah, I mean,
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story, his facts of that evening.
or feed
So
him
that's
the
why we
facts of
interviewed
that
him at that
evening.
date and time later on.
And
I think you mean feed him the
specifically,
facts of that
do you
evening.
recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Allie McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone abstractions and what different material may mean within a Cellbrite abstraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Miss Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
Form of the question is sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Garino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection.
Allowing it under voting.
May we approach?
Sure.
You are
We got a special disliking for these bungolas.
Dude, Proctor's just killing me right now, dude. I don't understand how this guy even thinks that he could save face.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
He is a stupid asshole. Jesus Christ, man. Like, I can't believe you sit up there with a straight fucking face and be like, I still believe that the integrity of the investigation is intact, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I still believe. Get the fuck out of here, guy. Like, stop. You're done. Like, you're cooked. It's all over. Colin Albert was not in the house before, but now that we know he was in the house, then we decided to interview him.
Procedure.
Yes.
Let me rephrase that just a little. As far as you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Carino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Miss Ian Whiffen have all looked at Miss McCabe's cell bright and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Albert, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
Like,
They had
why are
nothing to do
you
with this
throwing your own
investigation.
witness?
Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Bullshit.
Yes.
We know that's a lie, dude. Stop it. What cold case? What are you talking about? Which cold case?
The documents I did the other day. You recognize that?
Yes,
Right, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car. You recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602.
But you don't remember if you guys were drunk, even though he texted you like, dude, I was so hammered.
Communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address.
After I informed Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
So you're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Sustained.
Yeah, I mean, Lolly's at least throwing some punches here.
I approach this to retrieve.
At least Lolly's trying to go down with a fight. Jesus, I'm sorry to hear that, Cam Pat.
You were asking questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app, on his phone, or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
There's additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper DeChico could answer for.
I may have just a moment.
Yes.
So you were asking questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
No, you can see it being cracked.
The home indicting the vehicle.
Trace the signal
from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or were you aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
And you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a tail.
Objection.
Sustained is too far.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes,
And that included firefighter Flamati,
correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes,
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
yes,
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes,
The defendant
yes,
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
yes,
So you're aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
yes,
And you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to the troopers in regard to what they had observed that morning?
yes,
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down to Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down, like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him." And Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Flamati that the defendant had stated, "I hit him," in the presence of firefighter Flamati earlier that morning?
Yes.
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on in subsequent interviews.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022, what is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. It went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed,
The missing
had,
sneaker that matched his
provided to
vehicle?
Sergeant Mechanic and I.
Did you say the missing sneaker that matched his vehicle? What?
Yeah.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Allen. It's sustained.
Time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the Waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
Explain no injuries below the neck, below the
Correct.
head.
Nothing further.
Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. So you think that
I love it.
your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a cunt,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
right?
Based on the evidence, sir, my motions got the best of me. So it was in poor taste. Yes, it was important. It was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my motions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes.
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked, right?
That's what I wrote.
You had no
license to say
evidence.
that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Sustained. Same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time. So the fact that you believed personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes.
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
And then you said there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever.
You didn't know where
involved in the
Kevin
death of
lived.
John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
Because you're not close, but he knew where you lived. Got
Chief
it.
Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater
The investigator
group
in
of
charge.
detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
Right.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else? All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
Oh, shut up. Oh, yeah, just shut up.
Get the fuck out!
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
Ryan fucking Tully. Ooh, you suck.
just gonna step up.
Bro, if this guy doesn't look like a fucking lead henchman, I don't know who does.
I do. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Brian Tully, Tully,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the Unit Commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
But I also moonlight as Michael Morrissey's butt boy.
Let me ask you first, as far as how long have you been a lieutenant with the state police?
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to your current unit, how long have you been a member of that?
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office for the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how they're conducted?
For the first 10 years as the rank of trooper and sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations. Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology in criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and as well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Translation, you quarterback this whole frame up.
If I could ask
Good to know.
just, with respect to your unit, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor, or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation, or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police, who respond and come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop headquarters on the state police. The state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or the lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section does narcotics investigations, and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section. I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning your attention to January 29th, 2022, at some point did you become aware in the morning with regard to a death within the town of Canton?
Yes.
And what, if any, when did you become aware and how did you become aware initially of what had transpired?
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that, but we learned that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
And so then what happened from there as far as your unit's involved?
So as we learned more information about what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. And they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police departments in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially ask for or wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made and who makes those determinations?
It falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor is willing to sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. It's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose. We would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive. And so we will not respond. We typically will mirror what the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
Now, as far as working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
Takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctors, so they understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
Now, as far as the determinations that are ultimately come to by the medical examiner, and as far as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the Determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what, if any, impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you do?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause. And to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you've learned through the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regards to January 29th, 2022, and this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone, so I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We'll discuss what the next steps should be. And that's what transpired over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation and that the state police would do the investigation without them.
Now, as far as that appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it, what was your understanding at that time as far as what the role of the Canton Police would be?
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we need the support of the local police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
Now, with respect to those conversations you mentioned that you had yourself and what the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that abnormal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to a police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement in his conversations, as far as you're aware, did they evolve, or were they any greater or less than the conversations that you had with Chief Berkowitz?
No, they were the same conversations.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. At some point over the course of this case, or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them, and then I reported up my chain of command.
Was he admonished in any way?
He was by me at that conversation, yes.
Now, sir, again, just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was investigating it, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it typical practice in conducting homicide or death investigations, as far as civilian witnesses are concerned, to seize their personal cell phone?
It's not uncut. It happens. Yes.
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters, or what would be some of the reasons that certain civilian witnesses' cell phones would be seized versus others?
Well, you use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witness in the case?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of the supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
And sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions like around the time that you were leaving?
There's probably 8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway and the large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the CERT team was concerned, if you can, explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do and why you had requested.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures.
This all sounds
I reached
so
out to him
professional.
and asked for his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 in the afternoon.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
And with respect to the weather, if you could just in general terms describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that.
I observed blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of documents. Just ask if you could look at those, look up and finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the months of January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's the next town over.
And as far as, are you familiar with a Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From the Ponza Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
So relatively same geographic area as far as the.
Isn't there full days the rest of this week?
34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir, with regard to the records for you, from your memory of those dates and those times in January and February 2022, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
Yes.
I love that question.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come off the seat to introduce the minutes.
Now, do you want to see me?
So who's in charge of this investigation? Is it Proctor or is it you? Who's in charge of the investigation, dude? Like, what kind of shit are you trying to pull here? Because here, Proctor's the one falling on his sword. But Lally makes the brilliant decision to bring you on after that shit show of a cross-examination. And now, you've got this guy up here who the defense is trying to prove that the DA is pulling all the strings here. That Proctor's just a do boy. That's it. I mean, it's fascinating to me that like I'm trying to figure out Lally's strategy here, and it's there doesn't seem to be one at all.
You are unmuted.
And I'll take it.
Exactly. Too many chefs in that kitchen, man. A lot of passing the buck. Where does the buck stop?
Lieutenant, at some point you respond to 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone else, from the state police preceded your arrival?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their search was concerned, how was a determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters. And he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement do you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
Their professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
Yeah, but you told them what to look for.
Involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved or when they end or anything like that?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
The dude from the CERT team, the dude in charge of the CERT team, said that you told him specifically what to look for.
This particular search on January 29th, do you know how many members of the CERT team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34 Fairview within these 2 parameters.
You're a lying fuck.
Now, as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned, or where the precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road?
So the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The snowbanks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. So that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There were 2 items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of a taillight, where did that information come from, or why were those the items that were being looked for?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only 1 shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had 1 shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we had gotten information that witnesses stated that Miss Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight, and so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the CERT team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the CERT team members, from your observations, able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the CERT team and their search, what, if anything, did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as any items that were recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Jurors, we'll be stopping at 4 today. Okay.
And sir, with respect to, I'm going to place before you, Rule 2, direct your attention to what's been marked as exhibits 111 through 134, and just in general, I'm just going to ask you.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor the point, but if I could just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay.
Lieutenant. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 111. Lieutenant, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 111?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 114.
Tully's more than involved. Tully's there to be the expert.
Up on the screen is Exhibit 114.
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct
The expert consultant in the frame up.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to give better context.
And these photographs of these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, a CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I could memorialize it in place.
So it was picked up and you asked him to put it back where you found it, and he did so?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 117. And again, Lieutenant, you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 117.
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
Members of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 120. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 120?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph?
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photograph?
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic,
Look at the size of that shit.
observe and did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly from this group, Exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 131?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, with respect to the items that were observed and photographed by you on January 29th during the CERT team search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in an evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
Well, first, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol or the policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain pieces of information that will typically go in the bag. The name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. It will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
Get the fuck out of here.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're seen?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system.
Oh,
a label will
really?
be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag.
And
It will
what
be
about a
placed
log?
into the evidence room, which is locked in 2 different methods and has an alarm code pad. And you need your ID
Is
pass
there a
to
log?
swipe in order to enter. And
Is
only
there a
certain members
log?
of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm.
How do you
Me,
memorialize these
obviously being the
actions?
one and the 2 assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, it's essentially yourself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the detective unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come in to the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this point?
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the two and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence within the locked storage area?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
As far as that transportation or
Everybody just wings this, right, without writing it down?
permanent area,
Cool.
what, if any, sort of documentation is generated in regard to?
There we go.
There's no notation from one location to the other.
Wow.
As allowed by policy.
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items?
Not my fault. It's not our job to do it. It's not in policy to do that. So that's why.
How is that typically done timely?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or the assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in the permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road at the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house, from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I can't wait to hear closing arguments.
Sir, I am presenting you a bag.
Defense hasn't even presented their case yet, and I'm already like dying to hear closing arguments.
Lieutenant, first, just with reference to the item I placed before you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The bag that contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road that day, outside the residence.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it for the jury.
Yes.
Yeah, when you get that out of there, make sure to take out the fucking the tissue paper from the inside where the toe area is, since you just bought that fucking pair of shoes and got rid of the other one. Look at that. Brand new.
Thank you, sir. If you could place that in the bag.
I mean, it's not, but now I'm just being a dick. I think it's safe. It's okay for me to do that now.
Exhibit 569.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you 2 separate bags. Do those without you finish.
Well, I could have been mistaken because I thought that they showed a shoe with a black sole.
The bags that contained the red and
But
clear
I might have been
plastic
wrong.
pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And sir, if you could, just with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as the description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
No, we just saw a picture and it had a white sole, the picture that we just saw. But I feel like when they showed the picture earlier, it had a black sole, but that could have just been my brain working all fucked up. Dude, that was not.
On the call, vote to seek to introduce and admit those as the next exhibit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
Yeah, no objection, because we're going to show, because this already shows that there's no fucking way that much of that red tail light was missing when she pulled out of John O'Keefe's property.
January 29, 2022. About what time is it that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
No, I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether there were or not. No.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when these items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Sort of appeared. Yes. He almost said sort of appeared.
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Buchanan on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time, as their supervisor, were you aware of where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dighton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the search team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversation did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene at 34 Fairview Road, along with the search team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, may he remove the items from that.
Now, this is all good and dandy, but what they're leaving out right now is how much fucking taillight was found after the fact. I mean, on the 5 undocumented searches that took place later, all these different pieces of taillight found by Berkowitz and then found by Proctor. Get the fuck out of my face with
that. Two items that you have before you in your hand, you had met reference to one of those clear pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or just in some way delineate to the jury where you observed that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges.
How is that relevant?
Along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Lieutenant, if you could, you can place those items back in the back. And Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 571.
You.
Your Honor, given the time and given where
Why
I
don't
am,
you come to Sacramento to say this?
Yeah, this is just fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, He's claiming that these pieces of taillight, just the red pieces that he showed alone, were way too big to be missing off of the tail light that we saw in the footage of Karen Reed's SUV pulling away from John O'Keefe's property right after she backed into it. And they're trying to say that, and they're trying to say, at least Buchanan tried to say, that the pieces of tail light, that it is his testimony that all pieces were recovered from in front of 34 Fairview. And he held up these massively huge pieces of taillight, insanely huge pieces of taillight, as if it was the entire taillight just broken into pieces.
Rather than while we keep talking, I'm going to go ahead and send you home. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30. We hope to get started right away, okay? Detective Lieutenant, I'm just going to ask you a
So 9 to 4:30 tomorrow.
On your chairs. All rise, jury out. Jurors follow me, please.
Hang in there, Karen. It's almost there. You're almost there. So we got a full day of court tomorrow, folks. Full day of court. Because I can't wait to see what Tully says in cross here. This is going to be fascinating. Because Tully had a lot more to do with this frame-up job than Proctor. Well, I don't know about that, but Tully definitely, I think, was... I think Tully was definitely the brains behind the frame-up. This is what I need. This is what I expect you to do. And Proctor just did a half-ass job. You want something right? You want something done right, Tully, you got to do it yourself, buddy. I bet you're sitting there kicking your own ass thinking about that. It's a hell of a big day for Karen Reed. Yeah, Turtle Boy's like, all right, I'm out. I don't know who's doing cross, but I hope that it's going to be revealing, because remember, the defense filed a motion that Michael Morrissey be disqualified from this case. And this guy is Michael Morrissey's right hand. This guy answers directly to Michael Morrissey. Brian Tully answers directly to Michael Morrissey. All right. That's it for that, folks. Posted a few things on Twitter here. A few things here. Let's refresh. Oh my God, I crack myself up. Oh my God. All right. It's time. It's time to retire, folks. I don't know if I'll go live again tonight. Actually, let's see. Am I gonna hang out for Howie Carr? Normally, I do. I am kind of dying to finish up here. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a long day. But yeah, maybe we'll just kill a little more time and wait for Howie Carr. How about that? Let's see what we got going here. All right. Check in with Tom real quick.
Potato's a big group. Potato's gonna watch out for the Pope. Gonna get the Pope. Going straight. Take potato salad. Folks, no railing today, so be careful with traffic, okay? Don't spill out in the road.
The audio working now? I mean, I got all these. Yeah. Yeah, no, thank you. That's had a long day.
I just wish the sound was better to catch these comments that take
That's
place.
Dateline, by the way.
Oh, there's Dateline. Dateline's doing a follow-up here. Dateline's on the scene now. That dude was really nice. That gentleman, that bald gentleman with the glasses that just walked by, he apparently watches the show and
Long day.
up there talking to Jess in the press box. He introduced himself to me and said gave me a really nice compliment.
Well, I don't know about that with a bunch of women. I'm not sure about that.
There you get there. Thank you.
Yeah. That's who.
My God.
The guy who runs the Canton community.
Oh, indeed. No, I just. Thank you.
Canton Community Television. He's the guy who does that.
Lucas, is my mic working?
I know faces better than names.
Yeah. It's been a strange day. Really strange day.
Hey, come on, let's knock that off, guys.
No. What? The long day. Oh, yeah. Instead of this one. Well, they said that they have.
Good job.
It's not Tom's mic.
Blurb they did?
It's a StreamYard
The blurb they
issue.
did in the news the other night.
Tom was
Right
streaming
in front of the
straight
news house,
from
right in front of
YouTube.
the Delahunt sign.
We wouldn't have those issues, but
You did. You did a little
unfortunately,
like
StreamYard makes
video
it
thing,
very
like
easy. I use
short.
StreamYard. So StreamYard has never
Alan,
had
knew the
public
shame on
sound
you would be
issues.
stricken. Why say it?
Because he should be shamed. He should be shamed. The entire Massachusetts police needs to be embarrassed about what they saw happen the last 2 days. It is absolutely shameful to treat a human being, a woman, a citizen,
the way that Super Proctor, the professional, was treating him.
You understood language. Where did you get out of
Get him, Jackson.
Oh my God, he's completely not credible. He's lost all credibility. He's lost all sense of reality. Just about everything he's touched. Well, I think it's just like another instance. The prosecution
I love this. I love this right now.
How are you?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, you motherfuckers want those comments now, don't you?
Behind us. I'll make sure I get them.
All you media, you guys want those comments now.
You're your friends here today, huh?
I went to high school.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I met a couple of them. They're great people.
Yeah,
And,
thank
and
you.
he's been the bigger guy. I forget his name.
Oh, yeah.
He's been out here. Yeah, he's been here before. Yeah. He's a really nice guy.
What happened yesterday? So,
Yeah, I don't know. No.
Today.
I apologize because we're not getting all of this, but Turtle Boy's getting all of it. So we can actually check back with him.
I did not. I couldn't control my reaction. You know what you're talking about? That picture that's going on Twitter? Like, guys, looks like you talking a lucky. Well, Aiden, that was me. Oh, that was you. Okay,
yeah,
all right. Yeah. Any lawyer is going to prepare a witness to testify. I took the off day and I went down to Canton because I wanted lucky golf.
That works, right?
Oh, so
This is gonna be the problem, though.
That's okay.
that's Yannetti clearing up that little outburst that Proctor had on the stand.
Lots of people today. Lots of people.
So I'm going to be interested to find out what Turtle Boy's footage
Yeah, I
reveals
know.
about that. Look, Karen's walking through all the supporters.
He's coming.
That's great of her.
For this. All right, watch out. Go ahead. Get him out of the way. Hear me? How are you?
Yeah,
Up,
Karen
guys. Way to
never
go,
walks
guys.
that way. Karen never walks that way.
Shame on that. Job, guys.
Yeah, shame on it as well.
Shame on that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go with that. I'll go with that. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Where's you want to see her parents?
No. We can't be on this.
Wow, they're still interviewing David Yannetti.
Yeah, this is the day to eat the
It's in
Preds
Canton.
up.
I'm not from Canton. I don't know Canton. I used to hit that all the way down. They don't let us walk
Come on,
through
Tom,
here.
stay on.
All the way down. I had no idea.
Yeah, so it's going to be a problem.
We met in the parking lot. I like that. That's tomatoes. Myself.
I want to hear what Yannetti.
I got it over here. Yeah, farmer's market at the church.
Yeah, none of that stuff was set up when I was there.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. We're out here cheering. Yeah, it was so good.
All right. Yeah, there's a kid there.
Are you Karen?
Yeah, we're gonna get
I
it
came
lined
here
up.
from Springfield.
As soon as, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
As soon as we do.
I don't like to show kids if I can
Oh,
help it.
we're gonna get loud. Oh, because we want you.
Good luck.
She's already in the truck. So.
Thank you. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Thank you.
There's another one there.
Man, y'all gotta chill out, dude. Like, I get that it's a little frustrating sometimes.
They won't leave without you.
You don't get to hear everything that's being said, but Tom's not out there just to cover Yannetti or Karen or her family.
Yep.
Tom's
You have a
out
good
there
night.
to show all of those people supporting, because he's been out there every single day supporting and giving and providing this footage. So give Tom a break.
Everybody.
You guys are welcome. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Get some rest. See you in the morning.
Tom's not a reporter. He's there to document. He's there to document the support.
Help!
And he's not assigned by anybody to do that. He's just doing it. So maybe have a little more gratitude towards him for it.
You don't see that every day. The rare time you want Alan to give you a kiss like that, you know? Yeah. Wowza. Wowza.
Tom's been out there for every preliminary hearing and every trial hearing.
You ready to go, folks?
Rain or shine, cold, hot, doesn't matter. He's been out there. So I really don't want to hear it.
Oh my God, I'm so overstimulated.
I'm not going to just let you trash talk him.
Yeah, there's a lot. There is. I know that. I didn't leave the house for months. Huh? Yeah. But let me mute it.
You guys got to understand, man. Like, these people out there, they're on YouTube because they have YouTube channels, because they want to document things like Resistant to Silence. You know, these aren't YouTubers. These aren't people who are trying to live up to some sort of image that is going to get them more views.
It's been a pleasure, my friend.
Simply
See you
trying to
tomorrow,
document
whenever.
everything.
See you, Tom.
They're
See
trying
you
to
in the morning. We
memorialize
definitely
all
will.
of
You
the
enjoy the
support.
day. Get some rest.
That's all they're trying to do.
Yeah, we'll be here.
And I think
Nice
y'all are
meeting
doing
you
a great
again.
job.
Meeting you.
And we'll see you again soon.
Yeah.
Wait, anytime. Anytime.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my God.
What mug thing?
Oh, that. The tumbler. Yeah. I think that's so. You think they get dreams for president?
Yeah, I know.
I feel like I'm
Yep.
not.
Where you going?
Yeah.
When?
Boy, down. I love that.
I'm bummed out because Shelby is supposed to come down. We're all going to try and get together and meet up and like go get seafood or something. That's what we were doing, trying to save money in Venmo so we can take all you guys out to dinner. Okay.
Okay, you don't do anything without it?
No, I won't.
Okay.
Definitely. But you can be safe driving.
So hot mic moment right there is Tom saying,
So I think about.
Tell your mom I
he's gonna
said the
take
same
his
thing.
Venmo
All right.
that he made off of this stuff and take everybody out to lunch.
All right,
or out
guys.
to dinner.
That was something, huh? The
He
reads and
wants to
everything.
take these people
So
out to dinner.
I'm lying.
Why? Okay.
Yeah. So they are on their way home now.
Sorry.
Yeah. Who's that, MCAT? MCAT, thank you very much. MCAT, I think I'm going to end the stream. Please tell the woman that came.
Way to
Please
go,
tell the
Tom.
woman that came at Karen. Yeah, I took care of it.
All right, Tom. So we got about 15 minutes before Turtle Boy's on Howie Carr. I'm the more I think about it, the more interested I am in hearing Howie Carr's thoughts and hear him bounce them off of Turtle Boy. That's a fact, Pearl. Yeah. Only those doing less. Absolutely. Tom's out there every day, man. Hold on here. Let's drop in on somebody here. Let's see what. Hold on. Let's see what old Plevin's saying, because this is always fun to me.
Control you like Jason was doing, but we definitely want to try to find and protect and encourage those people that are coming in and just asking tough questions. So when you see them in chat, even though this might be a temptation to be annoyed by them, embrace them, encourage them to stay, make them feel welcome, because we want that. We want to have that thing where people can have those questions, and because we don't want to become an echo chamber. And we don't know what the future holds here, but if we look into other cases, we don't want to ever start to look like an echo chamber. You want to have open thought, reasonable thought, intelligent thought, civil discussion. Not every thought is allowed, because some things are kind of crazy, or at some point you have enough evidence and things don't become reasonable.
All are
So, for
welcome
instance,
here, my
to still be
children.
talking about
All of
the
you with
shoe,
negativity are
as they
all
do on the
welcome,
internet,
my children.
not matching the
Shut
shoe
up,
that was
Levin.
found. And the reason I say that is because the defense has not suggested this. Okay, the defense is finished with Proctor, and they finished with Buchanan.
Mm-hmm.
And if the defense has not said that that's a different
The jury's
shoe,
finished with Proctor and
neither
Buchanan.
should anybody else. It doesn't make sense. You got to be careful about the stuff that you see on the internet.
Now, he's making a good point.
But we're willing to.
I'll give Plevin credit enough to say that he's making a good point, because he's finished with the cross-examination. So if it's a different shoe, either it's not a different shoe, or the defense doesn't find it consequential enough to even bring up. I feel like they've got enough. Or here's the third option. It's going to come up in closing arguments, or it's going to come up in cross-examination with Tully, because what Plevin's failing to realize, because he's making the point, well, he's done with Buchanan and he's done with Proctor, so why didn't he bring up the shoe when he had them on the stand? Well, it was brought up. It wasn't brought up really with Proctor. At least they didn't show the shoe, didn't have Proctor pull it out of a bag and go, hey, here's the shoe. They did that with Tully just now. And Tully hasn't been cross-examined yet. So we still have to see if he's going to address the shoe in cross-examination, because I'm not sure about the shoe. Now I'm confused. Maybe I'm falling for the smoke and mirrors from the prosecution. And why is there smoke and mirrors from the prosecution? Why am I doubting so much of the prosecution? because it's already unhealthy for the sake of the prosecution. It's already unhealthy that I have this much doubt, that I have absolutely, I'm not in any way, shape, or form investing anything of merit into what the prosecution has tried to convince me of if I'm a juror. There's absolutely no credibility behind the prosecution's case, not in the way that it was collected and not in the way that it was presented to this jury. Like, if we're just looking at something simple as whether or not the prosecution has presented a case here against Karen Reed, they have not. And it's and they're the ones that are obligated to do this. They're the ones with the burden of proof.
To look at any particular piece of question. Yeah, there's no missing belt. The comments were where they were supposed to be. And much of the stuff that we heard about this case going back over the last year, much of the conspiracy theory stuff has turned out to be bogus.
I mean, you're just going down with the Titanic here, bro, playing your violin.
Starkly revealed this week because the defense went hard after Proctor as they should. He's the lead investigator, and we have unique access to his texts, his personal texts, because of the federal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I thought that the sole was black on the on the shoe that was shown in the picture of what was what was found. At least by the picture of what the CERT team found. Petty Patty say the glare of the shoe shown today was not the same shoe as what Bukaki showed. I don't believe the sole was black, but the one shoe in the snow was the left shoe. Bukaki showed the right shoe. Huh. Well, I don't know, man, because I really don't know how much is what's left to right, what's mirrored, because my image here is mirrored to what my image in reality is. So my right hand looks like my left on camera. Or does it? I don't fucking know. I don't even care really anymore. Because I feel like these are semantics. That's what I agree with Plevin about, is these are semantics. At this point, there's no reason for me to doubt anything that Jackson is going to bring up or leave out. Anything that he brings up at this point, I trust Jackson and his strategies to bring up what's necessary and what he feels is necessary for the jury to hear and know about, and he's going to leave out what's necessary, what's not necessary for the jury to hear and know about. So,
federal investigation, which is unprecedented. So naturally, they found a lot of embarrassing stuff. Not excusing it in any way at all.
Oh, shut up!
But it's important to note what the defense did not do. They did not establish anything that even indicated anything suspicious, anything to do with the conspiracy, anything to do with framing or planting of evidence. Nothing.
The whole goddamn cross-examination was that.
More.
What?
Not something real. I didn't, because I knew there wasn't a conspiracy, but at least something that they could say, aha. I mean, even just a little bit more than looking at a shadowy figure in the Sallyport and say, who's that? They needed more than that. There's nothing. It's almost, it's amazing to me how weak this defense case is. It's extraordinarily weak.
Oh my God,
it doesn't even matter.
They haven't even presented their case yet, dude.
We find out some weird things about Chief Berkowitz. I'm not saying we are. I have no idea. I'm just saying I'm trying to anticipate where the big bombshell might be. Saying some weird things about Chief Berkowitz, or if later on in the stand we find out some weird things about Chief Berkowitz, or if later on in the stand we find out some weird things about Chief Berkowitz. I'm not saying we are. I have no idea. I'm trying to anticipate what.
Let me just try to fucking cover up the fact that I'm in contact with all of these people directly behind the scenes.
Where the big bombshell might be, but there's nothing there that could now challenge the essential core fact, which is that the timeline does not allow for the evidence, for the planting of evidence. It just doesn't allow it. So it just, there's nothing you can do about it. So you can find all the other strange things.
What do you mean? Tully was on scene. Tully was on scene. The shit could have been planted before they called the CERT team. You're sitting here acting like there's some sort of invisible barrier covering up the area of 34 Fairview before he's saying that the timeline doesn't fit. The timeline absolutely leaves a fucking, like, how many hours? Jesus Christ. How many hours does the timeline, does it leave open? How many hours was 34 Fairview not taped off? Was there no barrier before the CERT team even showed up? What do you mean that the timeline does not 5 to 7 hours? What do you mean that the timeline does not that there's no place in the timeline where that evidence could have been planted? It could have absolutely been planted. Unreal, dude. And then after the vehicle is towed away and is already in the Sallyport, days and days after that, over 5 undocumented searches, they found more pieces in the taillight. This is after Karen Reed's car was impounded and was inspected in the Sallyport. Yeah, I know all about Howie. I'm just trying to avoid having to hear all of the loud commercials. But yeah, I'm waiting for Howie. And why didn't they take pictures of the taillight? Only pictures of the taillight that are taken was after they were removing it from the housing. Like, there was no taillight there. In the pictures where they have the taillight, there is no taillight left. But we saw Karen Reed's taillight. We're trying to decide. I spent a whole live stream trying to sit there and figure out if the footage where she's driving away from John O'Keefe's property, if the taillight was even cracked or damaged at all. But if she had supposedly left all those pieces of taillight on the lawn and in front of 34 Fairview before that footage takes place, well, then wouldn't the taillight be completely gone? At this point, when it's driving away from John O'Keefe's vehicle after it backed into it, wouldn't the whole goddamn taillight be gone? Basically. Not some little tiny piece where we're trying to decide, is that actually part of the taillight or is there a piece missing? So this guy's trying to act like there was no opportunity to plant these taillight pieces. Of course there was opportunity. Any part of when this, I mean, it took less than an hour and a half for the CERT team to conduct their search. The guy who was in charge of the search on the CERT team, he states that he was told directly by Brian Tully what to look for. You're looking for pieces of taillight and you're looking for a shoe. You're looking for a shoe and pieces of a taillight. Unreal. Like, and then Tully says something very different. Tully sits on the stand and says that the CERT team just searches and they look for stuff, and then whatever they find that's of consequence gets entered into evidence. Bullshit. Bullshit. Because that's not what the guy from the CERT team said. All right. Sorry, I'm just waiting for this commercial to wrap up. Here we go.
Your valuables, whatever they may be, guns,
Now he's just getting
silver,
ready.
gold, jewelry, important
Now he's
documents,
like,
all need to be
yeah.
kept safe. Liberty Safe's home security sale is
Bring
the
it,
perfect
Turtle
time
Boy
to
on.
secure those valuables. With 20% off on select Liberty Safes and 0% financing for 12 months, now is the time to buy. When only the best will do for you and your home, choose a Liberty Premium Home Safe. This combination gun safe for sale features some top security features. Visit libertysafe.com today.
This is Toby from Cape Gunworks. The Second Amendment is so important. Just like all other rights, the best way to keep any of our amendments alive is to come down and experience your right to keep and bear arms. Come into Cape Gunworks, try a range experience package, or rent a gun on our wall and see if firearms are right for you. We have private lessons and date night every Friday. All of these activities don't require a gun license. Come into Cape Gunworks or go to capegunworks.com and give us a shot.
Live from the Matthews Brothers Studios.
Turtle Boy has been covering this from day one. Aiden Carney, he's a blogger, and he's done his own stretch in jail for allegedly intimidating witnesses. What a crock.
Crock of shit.
What are your young fans there, Turtle Boy? Checking in with you. Okay, I'm your city editor again. What's the lead?
Oh, first of all, I mean, on the way out of court hour, they think they're trying to lock
I'm
me
your
back
city
up.
editor. I love it.
This little
what?
Little short little cop named Cummings. So a trooper comes up to me at the end. He won't let me go towards the courthouse stairs because of what I did yesterday. On the way out of court yesterday, I asked Jackie Dougal why her husband is Carl Dougal is banned from coming to court because he assaulted Karen Reed, and if it was true.
Oh, this is a Boston cop, right? This is another Boston
yeah, it's a
cop.
Boston cop. And
Yeah.
apparently I'm just not, and he goes, that's witness intimidation. It's just like they're out of control with this witness intimidation crap. But anyway, the headline today, I would say, is that I think the most glaring thing was the I hope she kills herself. I mean,
Yeah.
that was, it's hard to rank them all, Howie, where they go in the shock factor. But again, they just went through all his messages. They talked about all the conflicts that this guy has, his lies about what time he picked up the car from Dighton. Everything about this guy is just crooked. He's a liar. The jury isn't buying it. It was like the 4th of July, the Pops, the grand finale there at the end, where he just listed
What I
every
say.
horrible thing that this guy said one after another. And again,
The grand
jury
finale.
just shook their heads in disgust and anger about what this guy, the fact that this guy is allowed to still be on the force today.
Let's listen to cut 45. He goes through the figures of speech. What he said, I hope she kills herself, but he said it was a figure of speech. Cut 45.
Let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who herself, right?
Correct.
God damn.
And then correct?
Correct.
Nice guy, huh?
Yeah, and I think, how am
Listen
I
to the
glossing over the
studio.
fact, Howie, that
The studio's going,
Michael,
Jesus
that Kevin
fucking
Albert
Christ. Everybody
got
in his
blackout
studio.
drunk inside Michael Proctor's police car and left his gun there and badge in the car. Can we just talk about how insane that is? Just as if we needed one more insane scandal. The mere fact that he knows Kevin Albert and socializes with him, but socializes to the point where they get blackout drunk together in his state-issued police cruiser, and then he leaves his gun and badge, and then he wakes up the next day and he's like, dude, where's my car, man? Like, oh, bro, do you have my gun and badge? Oh, crap, dude. Like, what is going on?
And
there?
how about then? How about he knows that they have all these texts, right? What the fuck? And he still tries to deny that he remembers anything about it. I mean, how dumb is Michael Proctor?
How dumb is Michael Morrissey and Adam Lally?
Yeah.
For putting this idiot on the stand. What did they accomplish? Like, what good came out of this for the Commonwealth? They were better off just, even though it would have been super shady and super weird, and the defense would have roasted them for doing it. They shouldn't have brought them up because nothing positive came out of this for them, and they look horrible. They look absolutely horrible. Even the state police union, who about, I don't know, last July or August, Patrick McNamara, the former disgraced head of the union for the police, he had this article out defending Michael Proctor and how professional he is. And I put it up on Twitter yesterday. It was gone within a couple hours. Even the union is turning their back on him. They are going to throw this guy under the bus so fast when this is over, and rightfully so.
I gotta play with this cut here. You know, the Jackson is just asking him about an incident that obviously occurred where they were down in Sandwich or somewhere. Then they come back, they're just drinking. And, you know, when you're in a car and you're drinking, it's like drinking doubles, you know? And so they get back there, and of course they go to the Waterfall or McCarty's or someplace, and they get loaded, and so Jackson's got all this stuff and he's denying it. That's what I couldn't believe, Turtle Boy, that he would deny it.
Yeah.
No.
But listen, here.
I mean, that's a theme. It's a theme with these people.
Totally.
They deny cell-breaking, they deny Google searches, they deny deleting things where it says deleted. It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. So here's when he's finally confronted for about the millionth time today with the texts or the grand jury testimony proving that he's a complete liar. And then he changes his story. Cut 24.
I love how you're right
Kevin
now.
Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point! Exclamation point! I was hungover for sure today! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Couple tonight to make me feel good.
Hair of the dog.
Wow.
Correct?
Hair of the dog.
Correct.
Let me take that down. Does that refresh your recollection? The two of you have been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Dude.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
I said, dumb.
And you're in the cruiser.
Oh my God. How he cracking up at that is
Yes,
fucking
sir.
priceless.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, with the Proctor.
Correct.
He's only an acquaintance, though.
He said,
Turtle Boy.
They crossed together a couple times, Howie. And they're getting, like, just going around getting wasted together. Oh, my God, you can't make this stuff up. And how about the fact that he said that he didn't
Oh, I
video
love Howie
any
right now.
of the interviews. None of them. The McCabe's, in the McCabe's home, he didn't interview any of these people on camera. Howie, when they arrested me on October 11th, every single trooper had his body cam on and recorded me inside and outside the house. All of them.
Dude.
It's it's a YouTube case. I said things on YouTube they don't like, and they record everything. If you murder someone, though, they don't record anything.
Apparently not.
How about the fact that, you know, the Canton cops, as bad as they are, they're giving him tips about where to go to get the surveillance video, and he doesn't even follow through on it.
Oh no, they can't do any. I mean, is there any wonder they're being audited? I mean, these are the people that they did not want to get audited last November. No, everything is perfectly fine here. We have a police chief who runs people over and rent them and doesn't tell anyone about it. But everything's perfectly fine here. Everything's perfectly normal. And they
we need a new kitchen
tried to take
for the police
a page
station.
out of Lizzie Proctor's book by victimizing himself at the end about why he said that about David Unay. I don't like him because he's mean to me and he says mean things about me. And yesterday he was at my sister's school and they were doing something with a witness and blah, 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 blah. And he's harassing my sister. He was at. I talked to David Unay after court about that today. David, there's a picture on Twitter going around that the trolls have of David Unay speaking with the plow driver, Lucky Loughran, which you're allowed to do.
Yeah,
you're allowed to talk to your witnesses. The DA talks to all of the witnesses before they testify. And I asked him after I go, is he still going to testify? He goes,
so you're mad at Yannetti for doing his job.
We will definitely be calling him. And his story is the same as it always has been. And that's troubling for them.
And that's when we're going to hear about the Ford Edge.
It was Lucky's idea to meet, I guess, in this school parking lot where apparently Courtney Proctor is a teacher. And in one of the, she's a special ed teacher and her brother's calling people retards. And then you have in that text message group where he said that he wants Karen to kill himself. That's to his sister. And his sister responds by saying something to the effect of like, that would be doing everyone a favor. Something like that.
Wow.
Someone works with kids. These people are all depraved, all of them. None of them have a conscience. None of them have a soul. Where did they all come from? How did they all find each other?
Right. How does
they all
Canton
came out of the
draw
same
all these
same
soulless
pool, cesspool in Canton? You know, again, Paul Revere wouldn't much like the place now, I don't think. Let's play the cut about wanting Karen to kill herself, which we knew was coming, but again, it's different when you hear it and see it on TV.
That shit hits.
Cut 43.
It
You
hits
responded
different.
to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
What?
A figure of speech, Turtle Boy.
Figure of speech. Michelle Carter should have used that excuse when she got locked up for a year for telling that kid to get back in the car and kill himself. It was just a figure of speech, apparently. Like what? Since when? Since when is that go kill yourself a figure of speech? I've never heard that one before. I don't know about you.
How about what he said? He lied repeatedly on affidavits about the time that he picked up the car. Right? He said he said 4:16 was when he picked up the car. But he picked it up at 4:16 and he said 5:30. He said 5:30.
He said 5:30 and then he got there at 4:30. So like he had 2 of his hours wrong, right? And as it turns out, he goes, oh, I made a mistake. Like, did you make a mistake on both of them? Because the only reason they changed their story is because there's alarm.com footage showing him picking up the car at 4:15, which is leaves him alone with the car for an hour and 15 minutes unaccounted for. And they got caught doing that. And they tried to explain their way out of it.
Hear that, Plevin?
They said it was daylight savings. Even though the sun didn't set that day till 4:56 and there's daylight in that area, so it couldn't be.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden, when they finally got caught, is when we did FOIA requests for the Dayton Police Department, and as it turns out, Nicholas Barros, the guy who testified on Monday, said that the whole thing was cleared by 4:15. So they got caught red-handed. The Dayton police caught him lying.
It's just unbelievable that I mean, he just lied over and over and over again, and then now they've got this guy Tully on, and you know, what does the jury think when they got another chrome dome going up there?
I know they all look the same. He looks like a human thumb, doesn't he, Howie? He's my personal. I hate him so much. He's the one that came to my house to read me my rights. He's got a special thing for me. This guy. I'm not that into him. I'm way more into Michael Proctor, so I'm not his type. But so I mean, Brian Tully today says. It's Adam Lally questioning him, so it's not like a real question. But he said that, like, when he found out about all these,
thank you, Jimmy. Welcome.
Proctor had said, he brought him in, and he said, "That's not good. That's not good, young man. We're not going to put up with. You better straighten up and fly right." I don't know what was done. And by the way, like those text messages, included Lieutenant John Fanning on the text message.
Right.
And Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
230 grand a year for Fanning, and
Right.
for Yuri 211,000 a year.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but Tully didn't know anything. Oh, it is promising.
That's an
When I heard him
insane
say
amount
that,
of
I'm like,
money for.
oh, they
for
are
a
going to
detective
throw this
make.
guy, Proctor, under the bus so fast. If I were him, I'd be looking for a proffer. I'd be calling them about a proffer any day now, because Tully made it very clear they're going to throw you under the bus, Proctor.
There's so many lies that he said. Like they said, when Higgins, the ATF agent, brings in his lawyer and his curated phone, so he's pulled off text messages because he doesn't want anything else. All the messages with him and Brian Higgins, and so Jackson says, "Does this happen? Oh, this is not uncommon." And then he hits him with his federal grand jury testimony, where he's never seen this happen before. I mean, why is he lying when he knows Jackson's got his real testimony under oath? Now he's under oath and he's telling a totally different story on TV.
It was amazing. I mean, the lies that this guy got caught in, and every time he would just kind of like look at the jury like his little boy. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar doing something he wasn't supposed to do. I'm like, I'm really sorry. That was really regrettable and not professional, and that was not good. And I definitely was not proud of myself for that. As if that makes it okay. I mean, how does this guy still have a job? I was talking to Christina Rex from WBZ today, and she said that she contacted the governor's office about this, and that usually, if they have no comment, they'll tell you no comment. Like we're not going to comment on this till the trial's done. They just ignored her. She said that was odd. They don't never ignore. So I'm pretty like Sue O'Connell and other media people are putting pressure on the governor now that she needs to respond to this. You can't just ignore this elephant in the room that's going on with your state police. Like everyone's watching this trial. It's all you have a PR nightmare right now.
Yeah,
you need to do something about it, Governor Haley.
Yeah, and are they gonna go to the Democrat convention with Mike Morrissey when he employs these horrible people? I want to know the answer to that one too. I'll give you one last cut here before we leave. This is asking her about apologizing. Cut 34.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
Objection, Your Honor.
For those texts, objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
That was your fucking window right there.
Doesn't even have the decency to apologize to her.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, she wouldn't accept his apology anyway, but it still would have looked good on him in front of the jury to just say, I'm really sorry, I'm embarrassed, I never thought this stuff would become public. But he couldn't do it, and he even attempted to explain it away yesterday, where it's like, yeah, I really don't care for you, Nettie. I mean, what a stupid answer that was yesterday when he said, yeah, I really, do you still feel this way? Yeah, I don't care for him. What he should have said is like, yeah, I said that in anger. I don't really feel that way. We're all doing our jobs. He's like, yeah, I really don't care for him. Oh, meathead.
Where can people go to see your stuff, Turtle Boy?
TVDailyNews.com, Turtle Boy Live on YouTube, or at Dr. Turtle Boy on Twitter.
You think Tully's going to be good tomorrow?
Oh,
yeah, the cross-examination should be good. He's the one that signed all these fraudulent reports.
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you, Turtle Boy. Experience the ultimate savings event with MyPillow's $25 extravaganza. For a limited time, dive into incredible deals like a 2-pack multi-use MyPillows. Boy,
I got to see one more time.
Eddie,
Night before, he got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Yes, it does refresh.
This kills me.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
I love Howie's reaction. Oh, let it go, dumb.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
And you're in your cruiser.
That's the best shit ever. One more time.
It does. Yes, it does refresh my memory.
and you're in your cruiser. Right?
That is the funniest shit fucking ever.
And this is with Brian Alberts.
Howie Carr like losing his shit to that.
Proctor.
Correct.
He's only an acquaintance, though.
Oh
Turtle
my
Boy.
god, that is so fucking funny, dude. Jesus Christ. I can't. All right, real quick, before I get out of here, let's go over that David Yannetti interview. Turtle Boy just posted it. All right, here we go. He said, duh.
I did not do. I couldn't control my reaction in court.
You see, do you know what he's talking about with that picture that was going on Twitter? There's like a guy that looks like you talking to Lucky Lochran.
Aiden, that was me.
Oh, that was you.
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
all right.
yeah,
So that was
yeah.
you. Okay.
Any lawyer is going to prepare a witness to testify.
Standard.
I took the off
There you
day,
go.
and I went down to Canton because I wanted Lucky Lochran to go through his route with me.
Okay.
Lucky Lochran asked to meet in the Kennedy School parking lot. I had suggested meeting at the DPW. I didn't know who worked there, who went to school there. I don't know Canton. I'm not a South Shore guy.
There you go.
I met with Lucky Lochran with my investigator. We left the parking lot. He took me on his route. We went back to the parking lot, picked up the car, and we left. He made up a conversation out of whole cloth that somebody supposedly approached me and had a conversation with me about leaving.
Something about his
parking lot.
sister. I guess his sister works at that school. I don't know.
I have
She's like,
no
yeah,
idea.
yeah.
I have no idea. But I was a firsthand witness today to perjury by the lead investigator who is framing my client.
Get
I was
him.
a firsthand witness to that today. That explains my reaction in court.
When will Lucky be? Do you expect the Commonwealth to
I
call
love
Lucky,
it.
or will that just be a
I
defense
don't know
witness?
if they'll call him or not. I mean, he's on their witness list, but he will be a defense witness
Okay.
if he's not called by the Commonwealth. I promise you that.
And does his story remain the same from what we
Wow.
see in profiling?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And good for him. He lives
I
in
love
that
it.
community, and he will not be bullied. The truth is the truth, and I look forward to putting Brian Loughlin on the stand.
I love it.
Thank you, David.
Woo! Yo, did you guys see that? The confidence that David Yannetti had behind that statement. First of all, big shout out to Turtle Boy for getting that exclusive from David Yannetti right there, because David Yannetti addressed him directly as Aiden, and he said, "Hey, yeah, that was me in that picture." But any lawyer is going to talk to their witness. And he's saying that Lucky Lochran, who claims when he plowed near 34 Fairview that he did not see a body laying out in that front lawn. He also claims to have seen a Ford Edge, which has not been brought up in trial yet. It has not been brought up yet, but he will testify whether the prosecution calls him up and he testifies in cross, or if they have to call him up himself. If the defense has to call Lucky Lochran up themselves, he is, according to what David Yannetti was implying here, he's very enthusiastic about testifying, and because he will not be bullied and he is not scared to tell the truth. So, folks, I'm going to leave you guys on that note. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. We're doing this again bright and early tomorrow, guys. 9 a.m. sharp. And they're going until 4:30 tomorrow. And we're going to get to see that cross-examination of Brian Tully, Michael Meatball Morrissey's right-hand man, his beast man to Michael Morrissey's Skeletor. We're going to see that. The Star Scream to Megatron, the Destro to Cobra Commander. We're going to be seeing that cross-examination take place, and I think it's going to be spicy. People, You guys are amazing. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Thank you guys for subscribing. All you new subscribers, thank you so much. Please take a second and hit the like on your way out. If you have not hit the like already, I would really appreciate it. You guys on Twitter, if you could click on YouTube and give me a like, that would be fantastic. And I want to thank you guys on Twitter for watching as well as people on YouTube. It's amazing. I'm really grateful to you guys. Seriously. Thank you guys for everything. I do love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.